Ah. C'est l'autre lien. Hein.
Ouais, c'est celui, ok. C'est le.
C'est lequel?
C'est le tout dernier, celui que j'ai envoyé, François, sur notre.
AmiWest 2000.
Voilà, c'est celui-là.
Ok. Yes, okay. We don't hear you very well. Yes, we don't hear you very well. François, is it you that make that sound? Can you switch your mic? Oh yeah, it sounds better. Thanks. Okay, it's much better. Yes, yes. We have a PowerPoint, a video, and a demo from the screen sharing. Is that okay?
Testing 1, 2, 3. I think I'm alive here. Hello. Okay, you guys can hear me? Okay. Oh man, there's literally like 3 people here. Hold on one second. Okay. Well, I'm going to save the opening speech because there's no one here. Imagine people are still sleeping it off, which is great. We had a wonderful time last night. We have on the live stream with us today the gentleman behind the AOZ Studio. AOZ Studio, as I understand it, comes from Amos. So the folks that created Amos have returned to the project and have built this concept of AOZ Studio to bring the magic of what Amos was into the modern era. So you have a web-based IDE that can generate code, however it does that, like you can ask them, to different targets. And I think you guys are also even supporting classic Amigas as one of the targets, if I read that correctly. With AOZ Studio. So they were with us in 2020, announcing and starting the project. So it's literally been 2 years of development. So I'm personally very excited to see where we are. We are streaming this online. We have 12 people. Thank you. Really, 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 really hope that the internet hangs and can work with us. We have a lot of online presentations. The laptop is on Hotel Wireless, and the streaming box is on Hotel Wired. So fingers crossed that it works. So with that, let me move the mouse here and press F11, and I will hand it off to the AOZ Studio folks to do your presentation. Thank you. Do you want to start with some introductions of who the team is and then jump in? Oh, hold on. Sorry, guys. I had you down here. Are you there still?
Yes.
Okay. You can start now because the noise in the background killed the feed. Okay, go ahead and start.
Okay, very nice. Very nice to be with you this morning. Do you hear me well? Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah, we do hear you, yes.
Okay, thanks. So my name is Laurent. I am the CEO of AOZ Studio, and I'm here this morning with François and Baptiste, and we will start by a very short story of what Amos and Aros is with François, and we have few demos for you, and one very new and I think unique, which is an Amiga transpiler. So you write your software on your PC or your Mac, and you will be able to do a bootable disk on your Amiga. So let's start with François. Microphone.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so nice to see you guys. Oh, well, not see you, but nice to be online with you. Can I share my screen, Laurent? I would like to go on the AOZ website in the history part, so it will be a lot easier.
Okay.
I think this one. Share. So can you see my screen?
Yeah, we do.
Okay. So as you might know, I wrote Amos in 1987. 1988 and 99 up to 93. It was I was young and I was doing my military service, so it was entirely written in a Kazan. But basically, it was before that I was doing some games, adaptations, and stuff like that to survive. And then we made STOS on the, sorry to say, Atari ST, but there has to be someone first. And it was filling a gap in the market in the UK because it was most of all English product. Because a lot of kids, you know, who got an Atari ST and wanted to make games at the time. And there was no real serious language. GFA was not famous on the Atari at that time. So STOS really was a big success with over 100,000 sales on the first year and this kind of things. So really high number. And Europress Software was a really big publisher in the UK, which helped. At the time they were publishing half of the computer magazine in England. So, you know, it really helped. So after the Atari ST in 1988, Europress felt that the Atari ST market was being ravaged by the Amiga, of course, especially in England, and with the wonderful marketing techniques of John. So Amos, I started to program Amos, and it was released in 1989, and it was an even bigger success. With publications on magazines and stuff like that. It was a real emulation. So I did a couple of products. So there were Amos compiler, which turns the basic language into Amiga 68,000 code. Then Amos Pro, then Amos Pro compiler, and there was another product called Easy Amos. So, you know, then the Amiga died, and for me, my relationship with Amiga was kind of complex. So I forgot about it. But only 5 years ago, I started to receive mails on LinkedIn, basically, or Facebook, of people, reaching their 40s and coming back to what they did in their youth. And they all thanked me for having taught them programming. And I say, what? I didn't teach you anything. I didn't want to. But as time went on, I received hundreds of letters, and I started to think about making an Amos 2. So that's why I created a page on Patreon in a moment where my level of money was really low. And the rest is history. During 1 year, I was alone. Then I had the luck to meet, at first, the Kickstarter of the project, Baptiste Pilot, who is a background programmer, and then Laurent, and then Baptiste Bidot on screen. And we are a wonderful team, and now the product is really advancing all right. That's about it, Laurent.
Great. So let's.
I will stop my screen.
I shared my screen. So I think you get it. The idea is to allow everyone to start coding, and basically we wanted to reproduce the chance we had when we started. We were switching the computer on with a print hello, and it was magic. It was running, and unfortunately, after that, programming became very complicated. I have to say, just to be sure that the audience is still here, I have to say that I am an Atari ST guy. And look, here is the PC board number, I think 7 or 8 of Atari ST. And I had the chance as a trainee to work for Commodore in France. And I meet several times Jacques Tramiel, etc. So that was an incredible time, an incredible chance to be able to start programming from scratch. And this is basically what we want to do. I want to say before really starting that François, Baptiste, and I, we really want basically to give back what we had the chance to have at that time. And so our studio is what is called a company with a mission. And our studio is and will remain always free for kids, for children with disabilities, reintegration, for women in digital. We are helping, and we want to help as much as we can all these people to have the chance to start learning programming, which is now possible with AOZ Studio. So yeah, a lot of work, and I think François, you may start with a demo and explaining what the product is, and then I'll go back afterwards. François?
Sorry, so what do I show? I show the direct mode and the 3D and this kind of things. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen again. And basically, I'm going to boot AOZ Studio so that you can see the boot screen. I personally wanted the AOZ Studio to be a real game engine. The main focus of AOZ Studio is education and using games to educate. With tools like Scratch, there is no hope of making a real good game, whereas in AOZ Studio, you can. So I'm going to show you a couple of games made with AOZ Studio. Sorry. Like this one. So AOZ Studio has mainly two modes of working. You can make oh, sorry, I forgot to remove the debugger. So what is interesting? So you see this game, which is a modern game that works on telephones and everything. This game was inspired from another game that was imported from the Amiga, direct from the Amiga, and it only took to the author of Cyborg to convert his previous game that he made like 33 years ago. It took him like one day. Our goal is, of course, that the conversion of the importation of Amos game is direct, without any need of the code. We're nearly there. So this is an Amiga game. In the display emulation of AOZ, well, sorry for the debugger. So you can see the pixels, you can hear the music, and this is the original Amiga game. And when you look at the code, apart from some new instructions that are not necessary that were due during the development, it's exactly the same code as the Amiga with screen open, etc. So there is a backward compatibility with Amos application, and there is a possibility that Baptiste will show you later to import directly Amiga games. And you know, the engine, it's a real game engine with professional capabilities that you can compare to other famous engine in JavaScript like Construct and this kind of things. So let me start this game. So you can have hundreds of sprites. The renderer is based on 3.js, etc. You can put videos. It's JavaScript. We're just playing with the JavaScript. What is also very cool as an educational product is the return, as Laurent said. You tell me, Laurent, when you want me to stop. I don't keep track of the time. Is the return of print. You know, it was simple on the previous computer, and it was a bit less simple on the Amiga, but still the console was very present. But on previous computer, you did the print, and then you could output some text. And when you begin, the fact that in order to have one single piece of text on a window on nowadays languages, it implies a huge amount of code. So basically, I'm going to show you what we want the total beginner to do on AOZ. It's a new application. Okay, I'm going to do a cross-platform application. So I do not know anything about programming. I create, and now I do print hello world, and I run. Sorry. Sorry. It will work. That's the bad demo. But look, I will remove, that's it. Print hello world. So if you do not count the debugger, that should not be displayed because I forgot to close it in the code before doing the video, and I'm going to do it. That's for a beginner. That was my first program without bugs. So that's what we want. We want positive feedback. We want when the kids, he puts a sprite, he says, wow, when he moves it. We want to bring the joy back into coding, the joy using an engine that has capabilities, that is modern, that exports through anything, that is with a language that is simple and powerful. I think that's about it, Laurent. Or do you want me to continue?
Okay, thanks, François. I'm sharing my screen again. If you could switch your off. I am sharing my screen. Okay, the AOZ Studio language is based on BASIC, but very, very extended. We have about 1,000 instructions and functions, so you basically can do whatever you want, including databases, application for smartphones, 2D, 3D, you name it. That's a very, I would say, marketing slide to compare. So let's say, for example, you want to do a simple program to display a text and an image. In AOZ Studio, you need 2 lines. You don't have to load any API, SDKs, anything. You just press on the play button and it runs. And what AOZ Studio is doing, François, just for you to know, you are still sharing your screen. So what AOZ Studio is doing is that we transpile the basic source code into JavaScript. And that's why it's running basically everywhere. So AOZ Studio is a transpiler from this extended BASIC to JavaScript. Where we are today, so we are entering the final beta. We already have 1,500 beta testers. It's a very, very nice, great community, very helpful. And the product is already used by customers like L'Oréal, etc. And the launch date is supposed to be on December 26th. So it's very close now, very soon, compared to the very hard work, a little more than 2.5 years of development. We will launch also the AOZ Academy, where we have a lot of tutorials and sessions for kids, adults to learn how to program, including programming robots, because François is right now working on programming robots from AOZ, you know, like MBOT2, Arduino cards, etc., which is fun.
And I can make a demo if you want. Just record it to
now I would like, okay, if, maybe if you want to prepare the demo, I can launch the video from Baptiste about the new Amiga transpiler. So let's tell me if you have the sound. 1 second.
Hi, sir.
Do you have the sound of the video? Do you hear the sound of the video?
Baptiste Video, CTO and co-founder at AOZ Studio. As Laurent and François explained to you, AOZ Studio is a direct heir to Amos Basic, which fully benefits from the experience of its from therefore, since its birth, it was essential to be able to in our studio test Amiga programs developed in Amiga, and we wanted to be able to run them from internet browser. And why not embed them in web apps? But the opposite, exporting to Amiga. Is it possible? Can we from Aros Studio produce an application that works on a real Amiga? The answer is now yes. And I will show it to you right now. The idea is that you will have a program that can run on modern machines, but also be compared to run on the Amiga. For these demonstrations, I am actually coding quickly games that I named Warm-Zone. The project is based on the Amiga template you can find in the panel of the Aros Studio editor. Once that this new panel on the Amiga experience will be included in the V1 version of this studio. Okay. Let's see what the program looks like when we run it from the editor. Okay, you can see the program is configured with the Amiga constraint, like number of colors and resolution. And now I am going to show you how to compile it directly for the Amiga. To compile the same program for the Amiga.
Thank you, Baptiste. Okay, so do you want to show something, François, or François? Do you want your mic? Your mic? Your mic is cut.
Ah, sorry. Yes.
Yeah. Do you want to show something else, or should I move on?
I can show the 3D and the robots. Okay. So let me share my screen again. So it's still very much work in progress, but we are in the middle of implementing robotics. So because this kind of robot, like the MBot, is very common in all the schools around the world. We want to support a lot of educational robots like this one as well. So basically, AOC will, for any school, will have a solution to display and allow the kids to practice with and learn coding with their robots. So let me show you what is back. What we have taken back from AMOS is the concept of accessories. So you have a lot of accessories like this Unicode characters display things. That were really useful in the time of AMOS, and you have the robots, the bot simulator. So it asks if the robot is connected. I'm going to say no because you know, doing some hardware demos with things connected is a bit of a problem. The system works with a Python server that does the interface between the Python API of the MBot and AOZ Studio, and they exchange messages on the same machine in local. So, and the server pilots the robot. So I'm going to say that my MBot is not corrected. And now I enter AOZ 3D. So it's, of course, for the moment, very ugly. But this is what you see. You know, you can see that AOZ natively can display 3D with very simple instruction like cube or this kind of things. And it has imported the mesh of this robot. And in AOZ, you have a specific language to command robots that are connected to the computer or displayed in the simulator. So the commands all start with bot. It's a generic command that will do its best to adapt to the robot that is connected. If you want some very specific to the robot instruction, then you will have to say, for example, in this case, the mbot2 instruction. So if I want to move a generic robot, I just say move the bot, it is name, and I say I'm going to move it at speed 10. And that's it. So now if I want the bot to turn, sorry. If I want the bot to turn, and if I want the bot to play animations in the LED, let's say, I can't remember the name of animation. I think this will not work. I don't know. Yes. So it's still in work in progress, but the kid will be able also to drive the robot from the console, etc. And the 3D universe is going to be responding to physics. So the kids, they will be able to take cubes and put things and simulate, you know, like a maze of which the robot has to go out. So basically, with AOZ Studio, we're offering a complete robotic emulation system which will solve a lot of problems in school, like there is not enough robots for the number of kids. So if you only have for a classroom of 10 computers, you only have 2 robots. It doesn't matter because with AOZ, you can play on the screen, and when times come, when the kids have finished their AOZ program for the robot, then they switch turn and connect to the robot of the school. And that's why, and such a feature of MBot emulator for, of course, completed, but in 3D is a very costly piece of software that most schools do not get. You know, if I want to make some 3D, I am in 3D, then I do my cube, and it is that simple, like that. I just say x equal 1, Well, that's the demo effect. I'm sorry, but with a cube, you just display your cube and it appears. And that's about it. So it's in development, and yes, it will work better for Tuesday. I'm sorry about this one. You can speak now. Oh, maybe I want to show you a couple of things that I've forgotten. So let's take this. Can I share? I finish. I just share my screen again. I wanted to show for people who are wondering if the engine is not powerful enough. It can be very powerful. Why? Do I share my screen? Yes. It can be very powerful because you can put JavaScript. If I do a equal 1, then if I open curly brackets, the transpiler insert the code, the JavaScript code directly into the transpile application, and I can do so let's hope it works. Yes. So you can see it's a very open system, and the fact that you can use JavaScript is a very good educational way to progress in AOZ, because we have it's basic. So basic is a language that will, for the moment, never be in professional, whereas it's only a language. It doesn't, it's very powerful, but the professional will refuse it. So at the end of AOZ, when you become fluent and want to discover other language like JavaScript, then you can start using AOZ engine directly at the core by putting JavaScript inside of the core. That's, you can talk now, Laurent. I'm sorry.
Thanks, François and Baptiste. So that's all for us tonight. If we can leave some room for Q&A. Just ending by telling you that next Tuesday we are conducting our first live event where we are going to show many things, and we have quite big surprises. So if you may join us, there is a QR code here for the events that will be at 10 a.m. San Francisco time on Tuesday. And that's all. So thank you very much, everyone. And if you have any question, please.
Maybe, Laurent, I can show my rainbows. I forgot about that. I bugged you with it, and I would like to show the rainbows before the questions. Okay? One last demo. I'm sorry for that, but yeah. You know, there was a symbolic instruction in AOZ, and it was the rainbows. So I'm looking for my twin. Okay. It was a very innovative instruction at the time, because it was, producing really nice colors and good demo effect, and people were using it everywhere, including me. So in AOZ, with the power of today's machine, I've made a new rainbow based on a new object, which is a twin object. So the rainbow, this is a little rainbow demo, still in development. So the colors are now much nicer, and you can have very complex rainbows, and you can have circular rainbows, and you can rotate them and this kind of thing. So etc. Also, what is very important is that the output of the rainbows will be possible to direct them to lights in a 3D universe. So you can make a light that goes smoothly into RGB or RGB. It can also make the sky and etc. So rainbows are going to be very big. And after that, I finish. I will also bring back the power of palettes, because this is something we have all forgotten with True Colors, is that a palette is a very handy tool but on a modern machine, palettes should contain thousands of colors. You should be able to extract the list of colors of a specific colors. And when you have a palette, then you can make color rotation and all this kind of stuff on modern machines. So bring back color rotation. I can't wait to have them back because this is something that has disappeared from every game.
I don't hear you very well, but I think I got the question. So it's free. You go to aoz.studio, and then you go to the download page. You have a beta version here, and as said, the V1 will be launched the December 26th.
Excuse me, but Baptiste, you haven't shown the Amiga transpiler. I think you should show it. You know, I think it's important that you show it.
No.
No, we don't have time? Oh, too bad. Just say it. You know, there is, if you have WinU, AOZ contains a complete WinUIE, and you can edit on your PC and launch in WinUIE as a real compiled AMOS application. Thanks to Baptiste. Really needed to be said. It's a really good, and also Unity. AOZ exports to Unity and uses Unity as a renderer. So in AOZ, you can make application that can work. A 10-year-old can make application that will run on the PS4 by the intermediate of Unity. And the power of JavaScript allows us to connect to anything. Thank you very much.
And hopefully next year we will be with you in person. I really
Yes.
hope we can come to see you in person.
Bye bye, everyone.
Okay, so our next speaker is going to be Jens Schoenfeld. He's going to be on at 11, I believe it is. We do have a pretty packed schedule, which I was happy about. Where's my Aros page? So we have Jens at 11. We've got Yannick. I'm not saying that right. How did you say it, George? Jacek. Jacek. We have Jacek at 11:30. Jens is going to be talking about his new ACA 1240 and 1260 accelerators for the Amiga 1200. That'll be more interview style. And then I'm going to interview Jacek, who produces the Wayfarer browser for MorphOS. I might have put that in the wrong. And then at noon, we're going to have David Pleasance. And then at 12:30, we're going to break for lunch. And then we're going to come back at 2 o'clock, and I'll do a games presentation. I think we'll do that today. And then we've got Hans de Ruyter at 2:30 with his updates, which I'm super excited about. And then we're going to end the presentation with Doug Compton at 3. So if you're hungover, we got water. I got some Advil up here. There's a few left. For lunch today, we're going to do sandwiches. So we're just going to get some stuff from Togo's, which is a local California chain, put it out on the table for donation. So appreciate that. And let's take a 12-minute break, and we'll come back at 11. Thanks, everyone. was on. My bad. That might have been a little noisy. Let me turn it off. Okay, it's a little slower today. We're recovering from last night's fun and antics. We had a wonderful time. Tim Jennison was a amazing presenter. The story of New Tech was phenomenal. He started in a garage, as you can imagine. He created an innovation driven by his own genius and a capability that the Amiga had to build his digitizer. And then he went into the founding of New Tech and some of the stuff they did. It was really incredible. And then Kiki Stockhammer came by as well, and she talked about her journey and her journey with New Tech, and that was also equally phenomenal. And then we had just a good time. We had a really good time, and we talked, and it was absolutely incredible. So I know Tim did not want us to stream it. I wish we could have streamed it because it was that good. Also, we did a great job, I think, on the banquet setup. We had more people than we've had in a long time. We had to set up a separate projector. That was a lot of fun. And it was just good. It was just good. So hopefully Jens connects in here in a couple minutes. I'm looking at our meeting software to see if he's going to make it. So I'll take this time to once again thank our sponsors for AmiWest 2022. AEON, our gold sponsor. Frank at Retro Rewind as our corporate sponsor. Of course, the Sacramento Amiga Computer Club. Founded at the very beginning of the Amiga universe, but once home to J Minor as well. And then Retro Passion, Amiga Forever, Rabbit Hole Computing, Amiga Store EU, ME64, Amiga Future, Alenia, and PageStream. So those sponsors have donated items. Oh, I haven't got my raffle tickets yet. I need to do that. Oh, no. That's going to be a problem. I need to get my raffle tickets. So we're doing quite well on the raffle, which is also nice. Because more funds that we earn through donations, the more goodness we can bring, and the more we can up our game. So far, it looks like the internet's pretty stable. We're at 6,000 kbps. So yeah, we reoriented the show a little bit. So if you're looking through the camera, you can see I'm sitting behind some monitors, because today's a slightly different format. We're gonna have a lot more online people. Let me email Jens and make sure he's got the link. I'm gonna check my email here. I'm gonna pause this or mute it. Well, sorry everyone. I think we had a scheduling issue with Jens. We emailed him. He said he was going to do it. We sent him the time, and he never responded. So we just put it on the schedule because we thought it was done. But I'm sure it's something, a mistake on our side. So I don't think we're going to have Jens with us today talking about his stuff, which is a real shame because I wanted to find out about where those products are. At 11:30, so in 20 minutes, we should have Yannick talking about the Wayfarer browser. So that will happen hopefully at 11:30. He did respond. He did confirm. So that should be good. And I'll make sure I ping David Pleasance as well to make sure he's got the latest information. So sorry about that. So no program at the moment. For lunch, just said again, we're going to bring in some sandwiches, probably around 12:30. So we're just going to go to Togo's. If you're going to do your own thing for lunch, let Brian know so he can kind of minus you out of the head count so we don't get too much extra.
Our past club members, and oftentimes we try to present the Ken Barton Award to somebody who's currently active in the club. In this case, however, we've chosen to honor a past member, and I'd like to give you a few details about where he's been with computing, and then call him up to make any comments that he would like to make. Our honoree tonight started with working on computers in 1948 with the IBM 360, and government service as a civilian for the Navy, and began with Commodore computers, I think, with a VIC-20, and was a member of the Commodore Computer Club here in Sacramento. When the Amiga came out, they started with the Amiga as a special interest group, a SIG, and it started with 2 people, and then the next meeting was 10 people, and then the next meeting was 40 people, and they decided that they needed perhaps another organization. And George was the first president of the Sacramento Amiga Computer Club. Since since then, he's gone on to different kinds of things. He became a life member of our club, I believe, in 1988. And we're trying to entice him back into active involvement, even though he said he was, you're going to celebrate, what, your 86th birthday? Your 86th birthday, the next one? 86th birthday, the next one. George, if you'll come up, we'll present you with our Ken Barton Memorial Plaque that we give to our significant members. And this is not one of those rotating things that you have to return. This is something that we actually give to the people who've done significant things in our club. And we think that founding the club is very significant.
For this in my Radio Shack. Next to the plaque that says President and Founder, Sacramento Home Winemakers Club. on this side, a mallet which says Founder, River City Contesters Amateur Radio Club. So as you can see, I'm a founder just by nature. But anyway, thanks so much, and I hope maybe I'll join you again another time.
Yeah.
All right.
Can we see the plaque?
Yes. Hold the plaque up one more time. Well, as we announced, our featured speaker for this evening is going to be Bill McEwen, and I'm not sure that Bill needs really any introduction to anybody here, at least not that I could get. We're really happy to have you again, Bill, and I know you and other people are going to cooperate on this, so I'll just let you have it. Thanks, Brian. Hey, everybody.
Hey, Bill.
Okay, we're going to figure out how to do this without breaking it. There we go. How are we doing? Okay. All right. First of all, let's see. For those of you that don't have a bumper sticker, I suspect these will be on automobiles shortly after the presentation. So, someone said they're $1. They're $3.
Oh.
But I'll set these, not free, Freudian slip there. These will be up here for anyone to grab. Okay, so let's get them out there. We actually do get stopped in traffic in Seattle if you have these on your car. Not by the police.
Oh.
Are there guns drawn or not? It takes too long to draw them.
So you guys can grab those at any point in time. A fine stainless steel thermal caffeine filler for Mr. Bryan, as he has worked so diligently to at least email me once every hour to make sure I'm actually going to be here. I appreciate your hard work. Thank you. We've got one for Chuck, because he was the other hour that would rotate and making sure I would be here. Thanks, Chuck. Now, something a little bit different. I know pretty much I've had the chance to meet most of you, but there's another group of folks that really get little recognition that I appreciate. And they, like some of the folks on our team, have had to deal with some very lean times. I know it's not much, but I do appreciate it. And if I can see Randir and Sala just for a second, again, it's not much, but if you guys step up. I mean, they've come a long way to be here.
Yeah.
To get stuff for you guys. And these are the first time you've never been seen before, these are the new Get Boinged caffeine fillers. I appreciate them very much. Please make sure you stop by and buy something from them. I mean, they work very hard. And we've got one for Ryan, for him, so you can have one there. Again, for their participation and being here, we thank them all. Being an Amiga dealer right now is, well, some serious tough duty, and very soon we will be giving combat pay for those who've been able to stick with it this long with us. We haven't hooked up yet, so we'll see if we have better luck than we did last evening. And since those of you just saw me, I just did this presentation in the last 10 minutes. I'm not exactly 100% sure what I said. Boy, some nice feedback. Here we go. Let's see how loud the fan is today. Okay, while we're doing that, Alan Havamos was scheduled to be here with me, and I got an email from Alan this morning, pardon me, and he explained to me that, yeah, I know, yeah, whatever. Next time, it's all Amiga, okay? Now I'm ready to go with a portable. We're almost there. You want a bet? Get one a bet. Thank you very much.
I want some of that action too.
That's right. There it is. Okay. Oh, okay. Now we got odds on this side. Let's see what Vegas has got to say. I bet that we don't have a power strip. We have a singular plug.
Please get off the stage.
Okay.
It's going wrong on the stage.
Calling out for a power strip. Can we page for a power strip, please? I'm sure there's one in the next room. We've got three. We've got 3 guys going for power strips. We got 4. Do I hear 5? Do I have 5? 6. We got 6 from the back table. There's 7. All right. Bumper sticker for a power strip. There you go. We got someone who missed the bumper sticker. Yes. Someone announced that fill the void of time here. So this is a professional stalling.
Pass them out.
So I guess we're getting here. Pass them out. Go to each different. Here you go. Thank you very much. What was the old Steve Martin team? I want to thank everyone for being here. Thank you. We're probably going to want to dim some lights here shortly. But again, maybe not. Uh-oh. Joe Torre at the controls. Everyone duck. We got one in, and no power strip. You may leave. Next. We're getting better. Oh, I like the shadows here. This reminds me of that TV show. Was that a science fiction show?
Mystery Science Theater 3000.
For the robot. Yes, about 2 power strips. Bumper stickers for the power strip. Yeah. We're now going to disconnect the projector to plug in the power strip.
Oh yeah, it's Tom Servo. Yeah,
Let's see if this works.
there's some proof.
Wait, don't touch.
Wait, I'm taking notes. What was that? Zoom, focus. What was the next one?
Sure, it works the first time when I do. Unplug it. It's an Amiga, it would go right back on. Alright, do I need a kickback signal to it? Alright, Joe, what do you do? Alright, we'll give it a second. Once again, stalling as the professional that I am. Yeah, that's nice.
That means we're supposed to focus on your presentation. Break it.
I was just going to say, are you here?
Okay, well, while we're getting that done, Let's give me that intimate presentation again where I just pass the machine around. You want to shut off and turn on?
Not the light.
We are mobile again. I think we have audio. I'm not using the nicer speaker, so I have no idea how this is gonna turn out. But you can hit me on Discord, and it'll trick my phone. We got 5 minutes here. It'll trip my phone, and we can. I'll try to adjust the audio. I don't know what I can do from here, but anyway. So we have Jerry. Let's flip the camera.
We see nothing. You go over there and now actually you'll see what they see.
Yeah, that's mine.
Oh, good.
Here's Mike. Say hi, Mike.
Hey, how you doing? Get my name tag.
Right, that's fun. There's a trigger button under here. It's down to the edge of the material. It's those last beads. Point at something, hold the trigger, and you can take it out. Triggers under here. So we're not doing anything. If you twist your wrist, you can pour the liquid. Jared, say this might be design implementation. Share some samples.
Yep, this is AmiWest. So we kind of did this yesterday. I don't know how the quality is. Hopefully it's good.
Yeah.
Checking Discord. So Blaze just asked, is the banquet video available? And that is in the position of Tim Jennison. I do not know what he is going to do with it. We will find out together. This is Alex's table. I kind of stopped by yesterday, but they've been a network.
Yes. I.
Got some stuff I need to snag from him. I'm on my my tablet, just walking around using some web software called video.ninja. Here's the raffle. I got to get my raffle tickets. Here's the David Combs 3D thing. Level Lord was asking about this yesterday. I'm going to grab this. I'm sure he's updated. I'm going to grab one, and Level Lord, just stay in touch with me and I'll get you taken care of. I got to put some money in for that. MIDI boxes, old school, lots of games. There's a Atari 2600 back here as part of Chris Brenner's collection. Commodore 64s. Chris was a club member from the very beginning. You passed away this year. It's really sad. This is some of his materials. Game competition. More Josh, thank you.
Yes, this feels a lot better. Yes, we had it. Like this.
Oh, colliding with Robert. Robert's filming the show floor. There's OS4 row.
They do. Like 2 years ago.
Oh. I have to go. Yep. But it's working today. So far. Okay, I gotta get back to the back because Jack's here. Walking back to the rig. This is now working. Stupid network. I'm gonna cut this off.
Okay. Hello there. Yeah, sure. Hey. Right. Okay. No problem. Jacek. Yep. Well, I've watched George's presentation yesterday, so I kind of saw a little bit of a recap last night, basically. Didn't have time during the day. Sure.
Okay, everyone. Is it working? No. Okay. Okay, are you there?
Yeah, sure.
So do you want the camera on me or do you want it on the other folks here? What would you prefer?
Up to you. I'm also looking at the YouTube stream.
Oh, okay.
In another window. So.
So let me do this. So we can, I can be in frame with you if I stand over here. Welcome. I think this is your first time joining us at AmiWest.
Right.
Why don't you start by introducing yourself to the folks here?
Jacek Piszczek. Been a MorphOS developer for something around 20 years now. And yeah, I started basically by tweaking intuition and then getting into work properly before MorphOS 2.0 came out. And yeah, since then I've been involved with the OS and have created several more smaller, bigger apps for it.
Awesome. So how did you get started on the Amiga? What was your first Amiga computer?
I got a Amiga 500 back in around 2000 and sorry, my kid's trying to FaceTime me. So yeah, I got a Amiga 500 in around 1996. Then I think like 3 years later, a 1200. Yeah, and you know, the games quickly got pretty boring. So I figured it's time to do something more ambitious. The hardware that I have. So, you know, learned AmiOS and later Amiga E, and that's how it went.
Oh, wow. So you started pretty late then in 96 with a 500.
Yeah, that's true.
And were you drawn to it initially by the games? Is that what it was, or?
You know what? Even before I had the computer, you know, I had some family that had an Amiga and so on. So it was always the wow factor. They have all those cool games and so on. But also as a kid, my parents sent me to a programming course in AmiOS, and it was on the 500s. So even before I got my first computer, I've had some experience writing a little bit of code. So it was always more than just, games.
Interesting. You mentioned Amiga E. Were you programming? Were you programming before that, or is that your first introduction to programming?
Well, again, I started with AmiOS, and then once I got the Amiga 1200, I switched to Amiga E because AmiOS is pretty limited. If you want to make something OS friendly, that wasn't a possibility with AmiOS really. Yeah, just like basically. It's like I had some need to create several apps for my own personal use, like for high school events and so on. So yeah, AmiOS and Amiga E was the starting point. And yeah, later it just kind of clicked. I wanted to do more. So I'm fully self-taught basically. Yeah, that's how it went.
And how much programming time do you get in the week? Because you have two major applications for MorphOS that are available. You've got the browser,
yep,
and then you have Iris,
yep.
And a day job, and maybe family.
Yeah.
So how much time do you get to actually code these days?
I figure it's about 1 hour, maybe 2 hours in the afternoon that I get to do something for the MorphOS, but I'm not always super productive. Work is tiring, family has some demands as well. So sometimes, I just sit in front of my PowerBook and write 10 lines of code during the whole evening. But yeah, sometimes it goes quicker and I do a lot more, depends. Winter's coming, so I'll be sure to spend more time at home. So that means I should be more productive again than I was in the summer. So it's like when I feel like it, I write some code.
Nice. So why did you decide to take on a project like WebKit, which is a monster project? Where's George? Hey, George.
You know what? It's not that big of a monster. Like I work in games industry, and the game engines compared to a browser, these are monsters. A web browser is quite simple compared to that. It's a lot less code. But yeah, we needed a new browser, right? The Odyssey stopped being updated, and to be honest, it wasn't really possible to update it anymore. Way too much work because the WebKits over the years it has changed way too much, and the old integration simply didn't make sense anymore. As if Apple has made a lot of good changes in WebKit, which kind of obsoleted the stuff that Odyssey relied on. So a lot of stuff that was written specifically for Origin browser that got integrated into WebKit itself, so it's like no longer needed. But yeah, from our point of view, that basically meant that you had to start from scratch. And basically, I started getting annoyed by the websites that I do use not working anymore, or not working properly. Finally decided, time to flip the table. You gotta do something yourself, right?
Awesome. So, are you getting a lot of support for like other developers helping you in the code base, or is it mainly just yourself?
These days it's mostly myself. There were quite a lot of difficult things to solve in the OS itself and the SDK before the first version came out. So Piru has helped a lot with all of that. I mostly, identified where the issue is and, simply asking to take a look. And yeah, we were able to fix a lot of things that way. While he fixed things, I focused on other missing beats and so on. There is a lot that you have to change and prepare for a modern browser to work in the OS. So, we had to release a new operating system version for me to even be able to release the initial version of Fire to the public.
Then, why did you decide to do Iris as well as the Wayfarer? So why did you
Iris
take that?
Iris actually happened before Wayfarer. I believe I started working on that in around 2016. Again, we had a need for an email client. there's Yam and Simple Mail, and they both suck, right? They've been good in the 90s, but we kind of moved on. You can't have proper email these days without full HTML support. You can't have it without full IMAP support, including all of the new authentication methods. And for that, you actually have to work with Google, with Yahoo, and Microsoft quite closely because they have to certify you, and so on. So we have a huge list of demands that you have to meet to get certified, and you can't really do it with an app that wasn't designed for that. That was, designed many, many years ago, and not really kept up to date with the standards. So yeah, the idea was always, to create something that's that feels like a modern application. That's it, right?
Nice. Yeah, the platforms definitely need more of that, for sure. So can you, outside of the applications that you've made, can you talk about some of the other applications that you use or enjoy, your favorite applications, your top three?
These days when I do use MorphOS, it's basically just for programming. I don't do much else. Some web browsing, but it's kind of, testing my own work while at it. So yeah, I thought about this, and what can I tell you? Most of the time I have the Flow Studio open, which is our IDE, Wayfarer, and the app that I'm working on or I'm trying to fix and so on. I don't really use much else because I simply don't have the time, right? And if I want to play games, I play modern games. So not on a...
Well, it seems like you need to start working on some games then.
Sorry?
You need to start porting some games. Or
you know what? Again, I work in game dev. I'm not going to touch games outside of work. I have enough of that at work.
Okay. So actually, we'll have another question here, and then maybe open it up. I have another question, then open up to the audience here. So are you working on anything new outside of Iris and Wayfarer that you want to talk about?
Yeah, some smaller things. Basically, there's going to be 2 new applications coming with the new MorphOS release that I wrote. Yeah, but it's just smaller tools that I mostly need myself. Yeah, so nothing like super big, like a zip archive creator app, for example, right? Tiny util. I've spent maybe a month on that. There's also a hex editor coming in the new MorphOS version that I wrote. That was actually quite fun because I decided to make it fully scriptable, so you can do quite a bit of fun stuff with that. But I'll announce it properly later with some screenshots and so on.
Yeah. Well, I imagine your hands are quite full with just keeping email and browsing up to date. So.
You know what? Especially keeping up with WebKit, that eats a lot of my time. I try to work on Iris as well to keep it up to date, and add some features that I'm, there's several users that keep asking me for new stuff to be added, which is cool. I appreciate that actually. But yeah, I don't really have time for much else.
Yeah.
Which is a bit of a pity. I wish I could have the time to look into an office port, for example, but that would mean basically not working on any new Wayfarer changes for the next year or so.
Well, I use HTML5test.com to look at the browsers occasionally. There's a lot of sections and modules. I'd imagine adding one of those is a significant amount of work because you're interacting with the platform, and you've probably done most of the easier ones, I'm assuming. And are there any new modules or sections that you're planning on adding? You're familiar with the website, right?
The what, sorry?
HTML5test.com.
Yeah.
And how it has the different modules, like for payments and all the rest of it. Like,
yes. You know what? A lot of those things, they simply don't make sense in the Amiga world. Like, you don't want to be doing payments because it's not a phone, right? You don't have all of that integrated into the OS, and you're not going to have. I would assume that people wouldn't even want to do that. There's a lot of stuff like WebRTC, which is what we are using to communicate right now, right? Which simply doesn't make sense because, you know, a modern PC does all of the video encoding and decoding in the hardware. In the hardware, which simply is not present in our old PowerPC Macs and so on. So yeah, even if we got some of that stuff working on the more modern GPUs, it's only going to be a small subset of our hardware that can actually handle that. So, you know, the user base for it, you know, we in Amiga, we don't have a huge user base, right? And if I'm to spend my time on something that's going to benefit like 2%,
not worth it.
We're gonna do it. It doesn't make sense, right? So yeah, like you've mentioned, all of the easy stuff is already done, basically.
Good.
So it's just this hard and super hard that's left. And again, a lot of it doesn't really make sense in our context. And as for the others, well, I'll announce it when they're ready, right?
I don't know if you knew this, but Randall Jessup was one of the, I think he was a Commodore engineer. He went to Mozilla and he did a lot of the original WebRTC work. So one of the folks that was part of the early Amiga team and Commodore team actually implemented a lot of the WebRTC stuff.
That's cool.
Yeah. So it's it'd be cool if we had it for sure.
Well, you know, it's like I've worked for a company that basically did something like a Polish Netflix. It was both the front end and back end stuff, servers and so on. So I know the technology behind all of this. It's not like, you know, I wouldn't know how to do this. I can implement it, it's fine. It's just not going to work well enough. So, you know, we can barely watch YouTube videos at 720p on most hardware, right?
Yeah.
Imagine if you had to encode video at the same time, right? You need a lot more power.
I think this support's coming. I mean, on the OS4 side, you know, Hans de Ruyter has done some pretty good jobs in that area, but foundations first. So, let me open it up to the audience. I'm gonna move our camera here because you're looking at me right now. This is the, sorry, it's like going crazy. This is the audience we have here. Hopefully you can see that. Are there any questions for? I'm sorry, I can say Hogana because it's weird, but I can't remember how to say your name. Yannick, right? Are you still there?
Sorry, I can't really hear you.
Oh, I think the microphone jumped. Testing 1 2. Huh. Test.
Yeah.
Is that better?
Sounds just very low. Oh yeah, that's better.
Yeah. It was on it jumped to the camera. When I pointed the camera away from me, I pointed the mic away. So Yannick, any questions? I'm looking at George. Oh, there's one in the back. Yeah. So the question from the audience here is, what's your development hardware? What systems are you running MorphOS on?
Well, I don't develop wafer on MorphOS, basically. Again, too slow. The PowerPC just isn't good enough for that. So I'm actually working on a Intel Hackintosh with 12 threads, loads of RAM, because you really need that for WebKit. Basically, you need about 16 gigs of RAM to properly link all of the browser libraries.
Okay.
And I test on the G5 usually.
PowerPC. Well, which is it, like a G5, a Mac Mini, a laptop? What do you have? Or do you have them all?
I have most of the PowerBook models and the PCI Express G5s.
Got it.
And some minis as well, since that's the like the baseline that I test the performance with.
Cool. Any other questions from the audience? George, I was waiting for that. Come on, I couldn't hear you because of the background noise.
My question is, Jacek is doing a lot of updates for the browser, but for the WebKit engine, does he have a specific cycle of updating everything?
Yeah, so the question is that, George, did you hear it?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic.
So basically, I go with WebKit GTK updates. Mostly because they use a very similar subset of external libraries that I use on the MorphOS. So their builds usually work without bigger problems. I've tried like using Apple snapshots, and it was simply too much work because a lot of stuff that I had to use was simply broken. And the WebKit GTK mostly is the same stuff. So if you take a stable snapshot of that, chances are pretty high that it's going to work without bigger problems. Introducing, just by the fact that you pulled a version that simply wasn't stable.
Any other questions? Okay. Well, thank you so much for your time today. Our friend Darren said that he hangs out with you, and I'm like, oh, I'd love to have Yannick come to the AmiWest show and present. Hopefully you can come in person one day. We'd love to have you here. And really appreciate all your work that you do. It's inspiring, and I can speak for a lot of AmigaOS 4 people. We're very jealous on the MorphOS side. So we definitely appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
See you, everyone.
What is that? Uh-oh. I need that. Okay. I sent a note to David Pleasance, and hopefully he will be joining us here shortly. What am I doing? I'm going back to here. Sorry. Okay. Let me fix this because I pressed the wrong button. And then turn on the security again. Okay. Let's see if David got my note. Ow. So far, the internet's actually working today. It's amazing. If this was only yesterday. Okay. Well, we'll see if David Pleasance joins or not. So while we're waiting for David, hopefully, to join us, last night we had Tim Jennison and a bunch of other original New Tech people come. And I had a dead original video toaster. And so this has a signature from Kiki, Mark, and then Tim as well. I had 3 dead video toasters. One's the original toaster that they had built, which was now memorialized. And then I also had a Toaster 4000, which is this one. And I have a third one. This device is going to go into the AmiWest raffle to raffle off a Toaster 4000 signed by the New Tech crew that came in last night. So I'm pretty stoked about that myself. And then I got to get my gold pen over to Jerry Ellsworth so she can sign my Tilt 5. I'll be back. Okay, everyone. Sorry about that. I don't know if we're going to get David. Yannick was fantastic. Thank you. The scheduling is just really difficult this year. Again, apologies. Let me bring up a copy so I have it. I hope you guys can, the folks online can forgive. I was also just talking to Jerry about her multiplayer Tilt 5, which she signed using my gold pen. I was very excited by that. And I put the Toaster 4000 signed by Tim and other folks in the raffle. Schedule. So what we have going on here is we've got Brian. I'm going to look a little higher. We were going to have David Pleasance show up. David is not here, so we had this scheduling issue. We're going to do lunch, and then we're going to do Amiga OS 4 games around 2. I'll try to hold to that. I am going to flip back to the Bill McEwen 2001 banquet. And I'm going to keep an eye on this because I have a 2006 banquet from AmiWest, a 2006 banquet with Carl Sassenrath in an interview I did. So I'm going to go ahead and flip this back over so you guys have some content to listen and enjoy while I run around and do a bunch of other stuff. So thank you so much. We're going to be back probably around... we'll be back at 2 o'clock. I might pop in with another mobile from the cam here. Or maybe I'll grab some interview. So anyway, I'm going to do this. Enjoy. And we'll be back intermittently at 2 o'clock for sure.
Our past club members, and oftentimes we try to present the Ken Martin Award to somebody who's currently active in the club. In this case, however, we've chosen to honor a past member.
A bumper sticker. I suspect these will be on automobiles shortly after the presentation. So someone said they're $1. They're $3. I'll set these not free. Freudian slip there. These will be up here for anyone to grab. Okay, so let's get them out there. We actually do get stopped in traffic in Seattle if you have these on your car. Not by the police.
Are there guns drawn or not? It takes too long to draw them.
So you guys can grab those at any point in time. A fine stainless steel thermal caffeine filler for Mr. Brian, as he has worked so diligently to at least email me once every hour to make sure I'm actually going to be here. I appreciate your hard work. Thank you. We've got one for Chuck, because he was the other hour that would rotate and making sure I would be here. Thanks, Chuck. Now, something a little bit different. I know pretty much I've had the chance to meet most of you, but there's another group of folks that really get little recognition that I appreciate. And they, like some of the folks on our team, have had to deal with some very lean times. I know it's not much, but I do appreciate it. And if I can see Randir and Sala just for a second. Again, it's not much, but if you guys step up. I mean, they've come a long way to be here.
Yeah.
This stuff for you guys. And these are the first time I've never been seen before. These are the new Get Boinged caffeine fillers. I appreciate them very much. Please make sure you stop by and buy something from them. I mean, they work very hard.
Yes.
And we've got one for Ryan, for him, so you can have one there. Again, for their participation and being here, we thank them all. Being an Amiga dealer right now is, well, it's some serious tough duty, and very soon we will be giving combat pay for those who've been able to stick with it this long with us. We haven't hooked up yet, so we'll see if we have better luck than we did last evening. And since those of you who just saw me, I just did this presentation in the last 10 minutes. I'm not exactly 100% sure what I said. Boy, some nice feedback. Here we go. Let's see how loud the fan is today. Okay, while we're doing that, Alan Havamos was scheduled to be here with me, and I got an email from Alan this morning, pardon me, and he explained to me that, yeah, I know, yeah, whatever. Next time, it's all Amiga, okay? Now I'm ready to go with a portable. We're almost there.
You want to bet?
Yeah, want to bet? Thank you very much.
I want some of that action too.
That's right. There it is. Okay. Oh, okay. Now we got odds on this side. Let's see what Vegas has got to say. I bet that we don't have a power strip. We have a singular plug.
Please get off the stage.
It's going wrong on the stage.
Calling out for a power strip. Can we page for a power strip, please? I'm sure there's one in the next room. We've got three. We've got 3 guys going for power strips. We got 4. Do I hear 5? Do I have 5? 6. We got 6 from the back table. There's him. All right. Bumper sticker for a power strip. There you go. We got someone who missed the bumper sticker. Yes. Someone announced it filled the void of time here. So this is a professional stalling.
Pass them out.
I guess we're getting here. Pass them out. Go to each different. Here you go. Thank you very much. What was the old Steve Martin team? I want to thank everyone for being here. Thank you. Probably going to want to dim some lights here shortly. But again, maybe not. Uh-oh. Joe Torre at the controls. Everyone duck. Almost. We got one in and no power strip. You may leave. Next.
There's
We're getting better. Oh, I like the shadows here. This reminds me of that TV show. Was that science fiction show?
Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Sorry for the robot. Yes, 2 power strips. Bumper stickers and power strip people.
Joel, I'm tripping.
We're now going to disconnect the projector to plug in the power strip.
Oh yeah, Tom Servo. Yeah, he's in.
Let's see if this works.
Here's some proof.
Wait, don't touch. Don't touch.
Wait, I'm taking notes. What was that? Zoom? Okay. What was the next one?
Sure, it works the first time. What do I do? Unplug it.
Yeah, Windows machine.
It's an Amiga, it would go right back on. Alright, do I need a kickback signal to it? Let's see. Alright, Joe, what do you do?
Wait, do I have to take notes?
Alright, we'll give it a second. Once again, stalling as the professional that I am. Yeah, that's nice.
That means we're supposed to focus on your presentation. Break it.
I was just going to say, are you here?
Okay, well, while we're getting that done, let's give you that intimate presentation again where I just pass the machine around. You want to shut off and turn it on?
Not the light.
Where's the HD TV setting?
I just heard someone say, I know this isn't turned on. Ah! There's an on switch here. Who would have think that?
There it was now.
There for a second.
There it was. It's not back. It's there. Wait a minute. Okay. I was all set.
Focus.
No, it doesn't work here now.
That's need focus. That's
all right. Okay, a couple of things. I'm just going to get this out of the way, right, to begin with. I shouldn't say get this out of the way. As you guys know, it's lean times for anyone that's got the name Amiga associated with them right now. And you're going to lose the projector for a second, but I did that on purpose. There's some folks you guys have probably never heard the names of, and I'm not going to give last names. I'm just going to give you their first names. And these are people who, many of them never even owned an Amiga before. Never even had one. But they have been working, many of them, numerous hours, and have not been paid for months. Okay? These people have sacrificed a lot to be part of something very special. And just some names that I really hope you guys will remember when you leave here are folks that are working very hard for you even right now. We have folks all around the world that are part of the Amiga team that have sacrificed a lot. And they're still there, they're still kicking out code, they're still making things happen. There's people like Tara, Susan, Vince, Randy, Fleecy, Gordon, there's Matt, there's Gary, there's Bolton. Many of these names you guys are people you know. I don't need to add last names to it. There's Jerry and Kevin, there's Dean, Rudy, Simon, Ray, Dave, Olaf. We still have folks over in Germany too. You guys haven't heard names in a long time. There's Andreas and Matthias, Olaf, Sanjay, Jesse, Jonas, Walter, Tron, and Getz. These guys are all still there. They're all still cranking out code because they know what we're doing is something very special. And I just want to recognize them because they're not here, they can't be here. But if it weren't for them, none of the things we've accomplished so far could have been done without them. And I think it's important that you know their names. Because one day, when there's 100 million Amiga devices out there, these names are going to be forgotten. But I want to make sure that you guys are here as we take these steps forward, you remember them. There's another person that I miss very much here tonight. I just want to take a minute and just, those of you that wish to think about him, pray for him, whatever, is John. John Zacharias is still not doing well. I was remiss to even know he has not been out of a hospital since St. Louis. Some of you guys here know that, others you don't. I'd just like to take just a minute just to think of John. Just take a moment of silence as he's not here with us in person, but he's certainly here with us in spirit. I mean, he tirelessly works. I'm sure he's thinking about us now. So let's take a minute. Think of John. Thank you. When I first took over Amiga, I received a beautiful gift from Rentier and Solomon. And it is that of an elephant with its trunk raised. It's made of beautiful wood, and it sits very prominently in my office. And there are times I look over and remember it. Because if I'm correct, it's a symbol of success, that you'll have great success when the elephant's trunk is raised. There's times that there's been a lot of questions with what we've gone through in the last 18 months that, wow, I hope they're right. But with what's been happening the last 6 months, we know we're right there. It's going to happen. But how we got here in itself has a very fascinating story. And I'm not going to miss a bunch of it. But it started in '97 for me. And as you guys all know, Gateway announces their purchase of Amiga. Now, a little side note of that is every member of the team that announced that is gone, except one. Every person, the marketing people, the business people, every person that was involved with Amiga that had Gateway stamped is no longer an employee of Gateway. In fact, most people on that team were gone within the first 12 months. So those that believed, with the exception of one, were no longer there. They got blown out of the water very quickly in the process. Well, this is when I got introduced to it. We know it was patents. That's what the interest was. And you guys convinced them that there might be another opportunity here. So in '97, Gateway decides they want to test the water. And so they go out and they start looking for who within the organization they can sacrifice. Put forward to make that happen. And Jeff Schindler was named general manager. Now, I'm not going to say anything negative about Jeff because he believed. He believed like there was no tomorrow. I mean, he convinced me. When I got that phone call, it was in July of '97. Actually, I called Jeff to see how he was doing. Excuse me, Diet Coke consumption need. And for those of you that went out and bought me like 11, thank you. Because we're going to have to talk to the gift shop because they were closed. You can't do that. Anyway, Jeff believed. And so I called him up to see how he was doing, see how the kids were doing in the family. And he says, "Hey, Bill, remember Amiga?" I said, "Oh, yeah, dead. Long dead. Oops, gone." "Yeah, with the Atari." He goes, "Really?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "You know we bought them?" I said, "Why would you do that?" He says, "Did you know there's 30 trade shows a year?" I said, "What?" He goes, "Do you know there's, at that time there were 17 monthly publications dedicated to the Amiga with a paid circulation of over 500,000? I said, No. Wait, what are you talking about?" He goes, "No, you have no idea the passion of these people." He goes, "I attended one of the trade shows. It is amazing. You got to come see what we're going to do with this thing." I said, "Okay." So I flew down to lovely North Sioux, which is always a joy. And I went and visited with him and took a look. And I met Joe was there at the time, and Derek, and Marilyn. And that was basically the team. I don't think we had anybody else then. Alan wasn't on yet, and Fleecy was in and out at that time. Right, that's right. We're getting all put together. And trying to figure out where this new organization would fit within a gateway. So, of course, they put us right where it made perfect sense, under gateway stores. That's technology leadership right there. And someone who obviously understood technology is now the current CFO of Gateway. So we know what's happening there. So we sit down and they begin to show me the magazines. They begin to show me the material. They begin to show me, and the first one I got to sit down with was Joe, who turned off his machine 16 times in front of me. I don't know. More windows, more, he was sharing with me all this stuff. And I just looked and went, okay, didn't hit me yet. When we sit down and start looking at the size of the applications, etc., and I began to formulate, wait a minute. For the direction that I believe the computers are going, which is, horsepower is now not going to be an issue, especially with the size limitations, etc., that we're getting past, that small footprint is important, especially in an application perspective. So I think there's something here to this. So we start going forward, and I agreed to come on. So in August of '97, I came on full time. By that time, Fleecy was there. And the way I met Fleecy was kind of funny. I'm at Minneapolis Airport waiting for my connection to Sioux City, Iowa. And I'm kind of walking around, and here's this guy wearing clown pants. And at least he says they're just comfortable. I think it's the clown pants. And reading a book about programming in Java, like in Arabic or something. I don't remember. There's some thick book about like that. So I walked up and said, "You're Fleecy Moss." And he goes, "Yeah, who are you?" I said, "I'm Bill McEwen." So we spent the next 2 hours, because if anyone's ever flown from Minneapolis to Sioux City, you know you never get your flight. It just never happens. You might as well forget it. And we start talking and formulating opinions on where we think computing is going to go. He starts telling me about the ICOA idea and the concept of how can we engage developers, etc. So we land, after doing also like an hour and a half of Monty Python, back and forth, and Blackadder and all kinds of other stuff. Which, by the way, I now own all Blackadder series. Thank you, Fleecy. That was a fine Christmas present. My wife doesn't like that humor, so when I go into conferences at the office, sometimes it's just to watch Blackadder. Anyway, that's a secret. Nobody knows that. I got my own VCR. Anyway. So what happens, we began discussing these ideas and concepts. So we land, and unfortunately for Jeff, he had no clue that Fleecy and I hit it off and got on immediately. So Jeff feels he's going to have to spend the whole day of like getting me and Fleecy understanding each other and getting together. And so we come to the office the next morning and sit down and start strategizing. Alan came the next day. He was the day behind. That's when Alan showed up, got part of the team. So we all began to gel together. We all hit it off immediately. And this is when Jeff began to feel like a little bit out of the picture, because he was going to be the leader and drive, and instead you had three extremely hard-headed, opinionated people who all believed the same direction. So suddenly you had a situation of Alan, myself, and Fleecy all going, yeah, let's go this way. And Jeff going, yeah, good idea, let's do that. Then we had Joe had his opinions on what we needed to do, and Derek and everything, and it began to gel, and we began to get really excited. That's when we found out that they weren't going to let us do what we wanted. They were not going to allow us to take the OS and extend it. They were not going to allow us to do what the plan was. So it's okay, rewrite the business plan. We can do that. All right. We got to go with a partner. So, interestingly enough, we're being driven towards a partner by a certain person who's in Gateway's upper management. This is still 97. So he decides, based on a demonstration, that we have to go with a partner. And I unfortunately cannot give the name, but it's A, C, D, okay. Blank was the name of the partner. Let's see how many people in the room are getting it. Oh. Some of you guys are going, blank? Who's blank? Okay. It begins with the missing blank, and there's only one other letter behind it. You can guess it. So that was who our new partner was going to be. That was it. That's what the new OS was based on. That was our future. That was the direction. And we saw these great flying video square things, etc. The management of Gateway was wowed and said, that's it, that's your future, that's the new Amiga. Go cut a deal with them. Okay. So we go tracing off to California and begin negotiating, and it's pretty hard. They've got their idea, we've got our ideas. They want to go a direction, we want to go a direction, and it's not really gelling, but we're being told by Mr. Collis that this is the direction you're going to go. Now Jim was still Gateway, but he was definitely driving from the background in the direction of the company. So it's World of Amiga time, London.
Yep.
Oops. Big oops. Fortunately, I can claim I wasn't there. I did 2 PowerPoint presentations, one with blank, one without blank, just in case. So I was like, okay guys, they're literally there trying to bang out a deal. The other team is there banging out the deal, hotel rooms, all-nighters, the whole thing. Comes down to the last minute, no deal can be reached. And the demonstrations, everything. I mean, there was this whole giant presentation wrapped around our partnership with these other guys. And it falls apart. So suddenly, giant build-up for World of Amiga. Woo, we're going to go crazy. We even did, we kick off the future. We had T-shirts, had tons of tchotchkes, all kinds of stuff that was all geared for this big deal. This soccer balls and the whole thing, because this partnership we were all geared to do. So I get the call from London. I think it was 3 o'clock in the morning my time. It's not going to happen. I said, okay, use the other PowerPoint presentation, make this thing. We had pictures of their team holding up license plates. I mean, it was amazing. So that's the first failure. But they decided, no, it's not done. We just can't make the announcements, too premature. Let's go back, resettle. Again, being pushed by calls, this is the way to go. This is our direction. Well, now we got time to start playing with it. We start playing with the particular version of the software. And I'm not going to claim where it is today, but where their operating system was at the time, when there were no video APIs. We thought this was interesting, because they're showing all this cool video stuff. But, right, we couldn't ROM. There's a lot of things it couldn't do that we wanted to do. It wasn't embeddable, and etc. at the time. But more importantly, a lot of the stuff they were showing found it was total fluff. That it was demoware. It didn't exist in the actual product. The other thing it didn't do is it didn't support a bunch of card types, etc. You guys all know about the great MCC chip, the mystical mystery chip, or MMC. What the heck they can? That was chromatics. You guys remember the chromatics chip that was in the destination system? They did this amazing presentation of what was going to happen with this great, wonderful Wunderbar chip. Never existed. This stuff never existed. It was great vapor. ATI bought them and killed it. So that's this history of the MMC chip. Gone history. Never existed. Great idea. Lovely slide presentations. And I don't blame Jeff for any of that. He's going by what he's being told and being driven in the land of corporate. This is what we're going to do. So pretty depressed. Alan, myself, Jeff, and one of the guys, legal guys from Gateway, we all end up in California to meet with the partner company. And they've got all their side of the table, we've got all our side of the table, and their guys at the head. And we're sitting down, we said, okay, this is what we want to do in our partnership, and we hand them what we're looking for. And from the end of the table comes this document. Slides across the table. And the announcement comes, if it's not on that sheet of paper, we're not doing it. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, why aren't you supporting this video card? Not going to do it. And, ROMable? Not going to do it.
SCSI?
Yeah, SCSI? Not going to do it. What about this chipset? Not going to do it. Okay, so we've given you, we need 12 things, and you're doing one of them. We get the interface. Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. We all went to lunch and said, not going to happen, not going to work. We're being pressed by calls. This is the company we have to work with. So the four horsemen of the apocalypse, we decide we're going to figure out somebody else. We got to do it quick because guess what? Carlos is going on vacation for 2 weeks. So we figure we got 2 weeks to find another partner that wants to work with us, that seems to be willing, and lay it on the table. We know already we're not going to get the budget to do what we want to do. We have to change gears, go the other direction. So that's what we decided to do. So we know we got to find a partner. Let's go find one. We got 2 weeks to do it. That was interesting. Suddenly, game console flashback here. I don't remember writing that. Okay, so it's now 1998. We've got a new OS partner. We think. We're working with them. Jeff feels it's time to really rally the team. Now, mind you, we still have no, well, at least we're being told we have $25 million. $25 million budget from up above. Ted's guaranteed it. Off we go. Yes. Apparently I thought there was a soccer game in here. I don't know. So Jeff feels we need to rally the team around. And so every week, Fleecy, myself, Alan, we're all flying to lovely North Sioux City. We're staying at the lovely hotel, which has really good internet connectivity. That's about it. We're eating at the 2 local restaurants. And we go on Jeff's sailing boat, which I had no idea you could sail in where there's no ocean. And so there's some dam, there's 80-mile lake and Lake Wahwakna, whatever it was, the Missouri River. And I get bashed in the head by the boom because someone told me we weren't turning.
Oh,
we eat lasagna that actually I fed to the fish. They don't know that until now. And we begin this great rallying thing. We're trying to get together, and we're making things happen. And then they hit us. Guess what? You guys all have to move to Sioux City. But we got this great relocation plan. You have to have one to get me to move to Sioux City. So then it's no. We're not going to do Sioux City. Now it's going to be Denver. No, not Denver. Where was it?
Michigan.
Michigan. That's right. Michigan was the next one. And then it wasn't Michigan. It was Boston. And then it wasn't Boston. It was San Diego. And then it wasn't San Diego. It was Colorado. Then it was Colorado. So we got nowhere. We got no idea. We know this much. We're moving somewhere. We don't know where. But there's going to be a place where we can put the boat in. We knew that much. We knew the boat had to go somewhere. So we knew if we like water, we knew we were going to be somewhere near where he could sail. That much we knew. So, again, no support from above. Okay, there's nothing. They're not helping us out. We're meeting with OEMs from overseas, from folks from Asia. They're talking huge numbers. One company looks at us, and the whole meeting had to be translated. They says they've got $50 million. They're ready to put in a partner that can do what we're doing. We're completely wowing them. We're showing them the toaster flyer stuff. And we're telling them the megahertz of what the Amiga can do and showing them demonstrations. He would not believe us. The guy from this extremely large Japanese company literally forced us to take the case off the 4000 so he could examine the chips. He looked under the table. He could not believe what this machine was doing. So Gateway has us rewrite our biz plans. The whole time while this is going on, we're meeting with these OEMs, things are happening. We're still trying to get this other partner lined up with us. Time's running out. We got to make things happen. We know it. We pick them. QNX. That's going to be it. They're our new partner. We're going to go to Cologne. We're going to wow them. We got this great presentation. It's going to be now. Then there's an interesting leadership change that starts to happen. Jim's not happy with QNX. He's not happy. Now, we don't know this. This is going on in the background. He doesn't like that idea. He wants to go a different direction. We don't know it. We don't report to him. We still report to Gateway Stores. Now, mind you, in this time, Ted is stepping down and out of the picture. Whiteson's taking over. So the logistics of this, there's all kinds of stuff going on in the background we're not aware of. The company's moving to San Diego, right? Everything's transitioning, and here we are just trying to get our money so we can go out and do what we're supposed to do. So all this is happening, you're doing the QNX thing. Now here's the secrets that none of you guys can spread around. Ever. Because nobody at Gateway knows what I'm going to tell you, and I think this is funny. All right. So we're in Cologne. I land. Fleecy just had their little girl was born. Little Evie Ann was born, so he couldn't come. They fired him. Jeff, before he leaves Sioux City, calls Fleecy up and says, we're not renewing your contract, you're fired. Then he gets on the plane and comes to Germany. Now, we have no idea of this. Now, they're still negotiating with QNX in the background. What they didn't know is QNX liked Fleecy and I and Alan. Weren't so crazy about the rest of the people. So we called QNX from Germany. And we said, did you know Fleecy got fired? What? What do you got fired? Yeah, we're feeling a little insecure ourselves. So when Jeff arrives in Germany, they have new terms. The new terms are, they can't fire Fleecy, Bill, or Alan. So, nobody knows this until right now. Joe doesn't even know this. This is the first time he's heard this. So in the background, I'm calling Randy Hughes, who was the guy at QNX, going, okay, this is what they're saying. So I'm like negotiating the middleman here, trying to get this deal put together, because at the time, we believed they had PPC technology, we believed they had, we were under the understanding they had certain bits of technology we wanted. At the same token, we wanted to be part of the team to make this happen. So Gateway's playing hardball on their side, and I get this knock in my hotel room, it's Jeff. Hey Bill, I probably should tell you something. What's that? And I've done this for 24 hours, because I had to let Fleecy go. No. That must have been hard. Yeah, in fact, there's this weird thing. What's that, Jeff? Well, we got this new term sheet from QNX and says, you guys have to stay. What? We must have made an impression. Bill, do you know why that would be? Because we haven't been hired yet. Oh yeah, that makes a good point. Yeah, that must be it, Jeff. Yeah, because they know we're not hired full time yet, so they're just making sure that we're there. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Well, things are, they're not here yet. Yeah. Okay. What does that mean? Well, so we got to figure out something real quick. Okay. Well, where's Randy? Well, he's still in Canada. Okay. So Jeff leaves. I call Randy. Go, man, you guys actually put that in the paperwork? He goes, yeah. Wait till you see the next one. So they get another term sheet says, not only do we have to stay for 5 years. Oh. So needless to say, things are getting a little rough. Okay, a little rough on the QNX side. Dan Dodd shows up, unbeknownst to him that Fleecy had been let go, and unbeknownst to them that we hadn't been hired full time, etc. So Dan decides to rally our little flag too, like this is what we need to do. So at the whole time, Kyle still isn't really happy about this. They're about ready to sign the deal. We show up, and nobody brought a computer for the QNX demonstration. They brought hard drives. So we're going, oh nuts, what are we going to do? So I have to run around the trade show floor in Cologne with, oh goodness, who was the guy we used to have in Germany that went to Metabox? No. It'll come to me in a minute. So, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. He was with them forever and then went to Metabox. Anyway, it'll come back to me in a minute. So we're running around we're running around the Cologne show floor trying to buy PC hardware at an Amiga show. So we can run back and do it like without knowing it's us, right? Now, my Germans, ich verstehe kein Deutsch. I mean, I'm right on there with them. And these guys are trying to negotiate with me to get a better deal. I'm like, I don't care. I just need that machine for this demonstration. So we go buy 2 PCs from this one vendor way off in the corner at this Amiga show. We rush back to the place we're supposed to do it. We put the hard drives in and both machines fry. Oh. They literally fried right there. Derek's going nuts because we can't figure it out. Alan's in there trying to figure it out. Everything just shorts out. Nothing works. He brought, and Dan, I felt sorry for him. He brought hard drives, his own hard drives. He brought his own network cards. Everything necessary to make this work except for the machine. Oh, nuts. Piece of junk. Okay, here we go. I killed it. All right. Wow. It's dead. Where's Dad? I'll turn it back on in a minute. We'll get over this. I know what I did. Okay. So anyway, So we're running around like crazy. They're still negotiating in the back room to try to cut this deal done. So they come up with a document that basically says, okay, we promise we'll talk about this because we hope to be able to work together in the future. Is that all right with you? That's the contract that was signed. Now what you guys don't know, while all this is going on, we can't get the machines to work. We're an hour away from the presentation. TV stations are there to do this thing. Because this is a big deal. This is a big deal. Amiga's, rebounding. We get the, yeah. Axel Kramer, that was it, Axel. So Axel and I run around, we get these machines, they don't work, they're totally fried. Now what are we going to do? Nuts. I went, wait, Gateway. There's got to be a Gateway store around here somewhere. Come on, they're in Germany. Find the phone book, find the local Gateway country store. Say, guys, hi, it's Bill with Amiga. I need a couple of machines. You got some in the back? So they go, yeah, Amiga, we know you guys, we bought you. Thank you very much. You got a couple of machines in the back. They're like, yeah, come after we close. So it's like, Derek, get in the cab. Go find the store. So he goes find this Gateway computer store. We wait till they close. They took 2 of their floor models, gave them to us, we rush them back. Now by this time, the crowd's beginning to build. So we got all these people, television stations, you're right, you better did that, because here's the plug. Thank you for the power strip. All right. So anyway, we get these hard drives in, we get the machines up, we get things working. Alan and Dan Dodge are literally bolting these things together, putting screws together, getting everything running. The demo starts, and his Ethernet card fries. So it's like, okay, we're 20 minutes behind schedule, nothing's working, and Jeff decides, I think we need to redo the presentation. Excuse me? I don't like the presentation, I don't like the flow, I think we need to change it. Okay. So I'm working with Alan and Dan getting the machines working. Jeff decides we have to redo the entire presentation, similar to what I just did. Anyway, so he goes over and he and I start rewriting the whole presentation, and the entire time people are literally banging on the door. Let us in now. So the TV guys show up, they got their cameras going and crazy. Petro shows up and says, Bill, can you give me an interview? Sure. Have you guys done television interviews? Ever done? Because like the camera's 6 inches from your face. And the guy's over here asking you questions and you're not supposed to look at the camera. I love that part. So the guy's asking me in German, Petro's translating. I'm not 100% sure if I answered all the questions right. We get done, get the whole presentation finished. We decide the crowd's getting really restless. So I go across the street to where there's a catering company, ask them if they'll bring us food. They agree to bring us food. So I walk into this big room, it's twice the size of this, with all these people jammed together. I said, hey, you guys want some food? Yeah. So, the Wiener Schnitzel for everybody. So all these guys are like cranking on food and beer. I learned that. Beer is like one of the food groups in Germany. So all the free beer they can drink. So now we're an hour and a half late for the presentation.
Oh, boy.
And they've had about an hour's worth of beer. They don't care anymore. Yeah, amiga. You know, okay, so we said, go ahead, bring the beers in, we're ready to go. So they bring their beers in, their Wiener Schnitzel's gone. They're looking for cheese now to go with the beer, apparently. No, that was a ritual. They come in, we do the presentation, everyone leaves happy, beautiful, etc. At least we thought so. Get back to the States, and I've got this raging flame mail on how I destroyed the Cologne show. Okay, maybe a little bit, but and there was very upset, etc. And what we found out happened is that Gateway, while we were gone, determined we were taking everything the wrong way, and we were spending too much money. So Collis decides to resign from his post, and we're basically put on hold for like 4 months. I mean, like nothing seemed to happen. We'd ask for business plans. We'd go do business plans. They'd come back and say, looks great. I mean, this went around and around and around for months, and we're getting highly frustrated with what's going on. And finally in February, Jim makes his announcement that he's going to come and be the new president of Amiga. We're going to be spun off from the company. We're going to have this huge chunk of change, and we're all moving to San Diego. Now, you were gone by then, right, Joe? Yeah, you had left by that time. So there's Derek, there's Marilyn. Marilyn gets let go in this transition. And there's myself, there's Alan, Felice's already gone, and then there's Jeff. That's really all that's left now at this stage of the game. So they determined that we're moving to San Diego, we're going to get this whopping huge budget, and things are going to be great. but they have no idea what they're going to do yet. But all we know, this is what's going to happen. So Jim announces at this big presentation in South Dakota that he's leaving the company. He's done. And he's going to go to Amiga. So he comes in, and it seemed like things were going to be great. He brings his team together. He had Schmidt, he got Lefebvre, and they set up a deal with Alan where Alan was going to build his own team. They start hiring people up in California. And then weird things happen. Like, Alan couldn't come, Gateway would not guarantee the rent for Alan's space. Okay, you're going to give us like this whopping huge check, but you won't give us this little one. So they had to go to the German accounts where Petra had been selling the A1200s and take this huge chunk of money out of there to put down as a deposit for Alan's office space. Well, on top of that, they couldn't even get the Gateway would not even give them the okays for like internet connectivity. Now I'm thinking there's something wrong. So at the whole time they're negotiating to get me to move down to San Diego. Met with Schmidt. Things are weird. They're really weird there. Couldn't quite figure it out. And then the final blow was, from the perspective of things were bizarre, was when one day I get this just very upset telephone call from Collis. Really upset. Somebody's been in his office spying. What do I know about it? I said, Jim, I've never even been to your office. I'm still up here in Seattle. You're down there. We haven't even met yet. What are you talking about? And somebody up on the net put up a rumor about what we were doing and said all the plans were on a whiteboard. He said, that's it, because all our plans are on a whiteboard. Someone's been in my office. Jim, a lot of people have whiteboards. I hate to tell you, but I doubt someone is really sneaking into your office to go look at the whiteboard. Then he came here, but there was some frustration in him, so I went down and began to talk to him about what we can do, etc., and had the opportunity to get to know him better, and we began to move forward. So Alan and his team start work. They start getting things going. They start having some fun. They start building, and now it's time for another trade show. This time, we're now in '99.
Bill, do we get to see it now?
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Tease nothing. I just moved the slide in the wrong place. Okay, here we go. Put this over here. There we go. So there. Let's see if I'm in the right spot. Hang on a second, guys. No, that didn't work. All right, 1 second. So move up where we were. So anyway, so then they decide they're going to go with Linux. I had no idea. No idea. The word gets out, the QNX deal dies, people are upset, and we've got to figure out how to take care of this. Well, at the same token, about the time of the St. Louis show, they didn't announce Linux yet. They did the St. Louis show, did that, then they decided to go Linux and start creating this new product, right? That was it. Gotta get this straight. Okay. 1 second here. Almost caught up, and I'll get back over to you. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So then we start off with new mandates. One, you have to have a press release a week as a rule. We have to be able to put out a press release a week about something going on. Okay. Next, we have to, it changes to a press release every other day. Has to be up on the website. Have to have no new news. So they come out with this case design, and he does this big Amiga object. Remember the big Amiga object thing going on? And I thought it would sound really cool. I thought it was great. And then I called Alan. I said, Alan, we building that? He goes, no. Well, excuse me? He goes, I'm not doing that. That's not what we're building. I said, what do you mean that's not what we're building? He goes, that's not what we're building. We're not making that. He goes, they're saying that, but that's not what we're doing. I said, well, what about this? He goes, doesn't exist. What do you mean doesn't exist? He goes, half those chips don't even exist. He goes, in fact, if somebody who really knew about engineering looked at that, they'll find there's places like there's a graphics bus plugged into a system memory chip, and there's other lines that go places where they're just putting lines together. I mean, there's arrows going places that make no sense whatsoever, but it sure looks pretty. So there's your MCC. So I said, Alan, well, if we're not building this, why are we talking about this stuff? I mean, I'm not a hardware person. I don't know, right? He says, well, they want to do this. So the idea is if they can announce it and get enough people interested, then they can sell the idea back to corporate that we should do it. So then they announced these products. Now this I thought was really interesting because I said, well, what about that motherboard? He goes, what about it? It's a standard PC motherboard. He goes, there's nothing there. He goes, why do you think it's blurry? So here you have this, and that Ryan and Merlancy now own the rights to be able to build the MCC if they want to. They can take the case design, they own it now, and they also own the walker, so they can take those and go on and make products based on that. What's interesting to me is that here they are making these statements, making these things happen, and none of it existed. So at that point in time, I'm talking to Von Hawley, Jim Von Hawley's the guy I have to report to, very highly concerned about this stuff. Saying, how can you guys, I can't support this. And I get this call saying, don't worry about it, we're going to get all caught up, we're going to get the money from Gateway to roll off, go or do our own thing, we're going to be a wholly owned subsidiary, things are going to be great. Actually, we're going to be a wholly owned subsidiary, things are going to be wonderful. Give me a budget to go do all kinds of user group stuff. Give me a budget to go out and promote this to developers. Go out and do trade shows, the whole thing. Give me a budget. When do you need it? I need it by tomorrow. Okay. So I crank out this massive budget. It was over $1 million that I wanted to spend to do all the stuff just for the community. Delivered on Friday, I get this call. Great, no problem, it's approved. It is? Absolutely. You're approved to go do those things. When can I start? Wait till Monday. Really? So yeah, I said, this is fantastic. I began to call people in the Amiga community on the side, let them know, I got this budget, we can do advertising again, we can do promotions, we can make tchotchkes, we can get some exciting stuff going on, we start doing user group tours. I mean, I was pumped, I was psyched. That was, let's see, what day was that? That was August 27th, 99, when I was notified I had my budget. Monday, phone rings, August 30th. Well, Bill, I don't know how to tell you this, but I should probably just come straight out. A lot of changes over the weekend. Yeah. August 31st is your last day. Okay, let me get this straight. I went from good budget, cool things, to I'm out of a job. He goes, yeah. Was I spending too much? He goes, no, there's just a lot of changes. There's going to be a lot of big changes now. You're going to see us go silent on the website. We're yanking everything back. What do you mean? We've been talking too much to the community. We've announced too many things we're not doing. We're going silent. I said, that's probably not the best idea. You need to tell people what's going on. No, corporate decided. I said, you guys are shutting it down. He goes, I can't comment on that. Maybe it's me, but he didn't say no. So the next day, 31st was my last day, and we got the chance. My last day, I sent a note to Mr. Collis, and I said, I want to buy Amiga. Within 15 minutes, I had a note from Schmidt. And Schmidt said, how much? I thought that was odd. I wrote to Collis to get an answer from Schmidt. The next day, September 1st, what do we all read? Jim Collis, no longer at Amiga. Still, to this day, I don't know what happened that weekend, but it must have been just gnarly. I mean, to go from where we were headed, from what I believe was going on, to it's over. I mean, wow. And guys, I can't tell you what happened. I have no idea. I do know that Alan was still led to believe that he was going to continue. I do know that they believed as a team they were going to get moving, and then one day they're sucked into this AOL project. And he has to report to a whole new management team, and they're going to change the MCC to an AOL device. And he's not going to do that. It's not going to work for what they want to do. So we got the chance in '99. Now here we are today. What does this all mean? Well, we got the chance, we're moving forward. There's some changes going on at our office now. Pass is over, Gateway's gone, Collis is gone, Schindler's gone. That's all out. It's done and over with. We got to get past it. To this day, I still get email from people asking me if Jim Collis likes my plans. I don't care if Jim Collis likes my plans. I like Jim Collis. I don't care. Okay? He's doing his thing. I'm doing mine. Okay? It's over. We made some changes just this week. From now on, Amiga will not be selling coffee cups or t-shirts or leather jackets or Letterman's jackets or posters or bumper stickers. We did those things hoping to spur people to go out and buy stuff. because every dealer we have could have sold those things for you at the same price we were selling them and make money. Instead, you guys all bought it from me. You didn't go to your dealers. Well, guess what? You can't buy it from me anymore. You have to go to your dealers. I had somebody here ask me, I really want a leather jacket. I said, great, go talk to CompuQuick. Go buy it from them. Somebody else said, I want a vest. I said, guy, go to Merlancia, buy it from them. We have to support these people. If you want it, go to them. They are out there selling product. I mean, I'm looking at product in these dealer shelves I didn't even know existed. I mean, they are working hard for you people. You need to support them. You need to buy SDKs from them. You need to buy Amiga 1s from them. You need to buy AmigaOS 4 from them. You need to go buy Amiga x86 from them. Okay? I hope every one of you who are interested in Amiga 1, if you're interested in OS 4 for the Amiga 1, if you're interested in Amiga x86, you will let one of the dealers here at this show today know it. You will give them your information. You will let them know you want to know as soon as available because you want to buy from them. Because I'm not going to sell it to you. Neener, neener, neener. And I want to hear from the dealers. Guess what? We have 5 million people that want to buy the x86. Okay, 50 would work. But we want to know from them how many should we build. Because nothing personal. I can't trust you guys. I put out a message like, how many people want this? I get like 10,000 responses. We sell 40. I have a whole lot of party packs. No, the fact being, if you want these products, start telling them now. Why? We have to start doing ramp-up production costs. Assume today that the Amiga x86 software package will be 120 bucks. Just make that assumption. It could be less of that when it hits the street, but that's going to be the high end of it if we have to end up at that place. So knowing that, go let these people know if you want a copy. If you want OS 4, assume it's in the same price point range. If you want an Amiga 1, assume it's in the $500 range. These are not hardcore prices, but I want to give you guys an idea. If you want these products, please tell them. Give them your information so when they're ready to ship, or when we want to start doing some pre-orders, and we want stuff to go on, we know, and so do they. It doesn't do us any good to not buy from these people, because the first thing I get on a regular basis is, there's no dealers in my area. Okay. Did you buy from them? No, I haven't bought from one in 6 years. Okay. That's probably why there are no Amiga dealers in your area. All right? Support these people. I mean, at this stage, I don't think they'd care if you came and bought a coffee cup a week. An entire set for the living room. The thing is, get out there and start supporting these folks. So you have to go buy from them. Okay? Let's all remember the dream. Let's follow the dream. Okay. We all know it. An Irish tenor. That'd be terrifying. I'm Scottish lad. No, bloody Irish in me. So what? I just went past that. It was so boring. I've seen this like so many times. Like, oh yeah, we're in every house. Okay. All right. We already know about this. Partially why I'm doing this again is a lot of people came to me and said, we weren't at the keynote last night. Can you please summarize for me? I was going to stop at the end of the boring gateway thing, but I promised you guys to tell you about the gateway thing, so I did. But I wanted, and so people requesting, could we please see this? The deal is right now, Amiga devices, we have already ready to go, deal 3.5 million. Okay? Right now today. We already know we're on at least 3.5 million devices. Amiga 1 coming off the the Amiga 1's coming off the developer boards. They'll go to them first, August 10th. I hope to have them here, didn't have them, but on August 10th is when they roll off, so Amiga 1 goes out to the developer team to finish up the final work. That's the final work we do on OS 4 for those things. Okay, so we're only a couple weeks behind on that. We'll give you an update as it comes off the production line. So be thinking about how many you want. Next. I really kind of lost my energy here. All right. What's Amiga DE? It is the single solution for developing content solutions for the digital world tomorrow. What does that mean? Amiga DE on cell phones. It means it's on cameras. It's on PDAs. It's everywhere in your home. Okay, we're going to own that space. We're going to do it quietly, but we're going to own that space. As we talked about before, millions of opportunities out there. Amiga developers, I hope some of you guys had a chance to get together today and chat for a little bit. Right now, here's your target. This is your opportunity. I met somebody today. Was it Troy? I'm looking around the room. Recently came back from Japan. Where is he at? Oh, fine. Didn't stay for dinner. Okay. He recently came back from Japan. First time he's ever been over there. Up until his visit, he didn't believe what I was saying. He got done telling me, he goes, you wouldn't believe what they have on these phones. We are so far behind in America. I mean, people are taking pictures, they're sending emails, they're sharing pictures with friends from their cell phones. He goes, it's a PDA on a phone. We don't get it here. He goes, you are absolutely right. This is where it's going. They are so far ahead of us. Well, guess what? People, I don't know if you guys have read this, but AT&T Wireless, has anyone been following what they just did? They've been able to roll out GSM, GPRS over their existing infrastructure. Now, I don't know if you know what that means, but everywhere AT&T is today, you'll be able to use the same technology you can in Japan in the United States. Okay, it's now working, it's operating. Why do I know this? My neighbors with AT&T Wireless, we're playing with this GSM, GPRS phone. Okay, I showed him our cool devices, he's having a great time with them. So the stuff that's happening there is going to be here, right around the corner. Who's going to lead that?
Amiga.
Who's going to be the company that's going to have, now it's up to 26 million, the slide's incorrect. Who's going to be the company that's going to have 26 million people in the United States paying us $74 a month? I personally do not have a problem with this. Because guess what? Those of you guys, the developers, you're getting a big chunk of that. There is a huge amount of opportunity for us. There is great stuff happening. It's been a down time. I mean, we've been sitting for years and years and years. I say we as in the Victorian, we. I haven't been here that long. I've been here since '98. I keep looking at this going, this isn't too bad. It's only a couple of years. You guys are going, too bad. It's been like 10. Thank you. Then I get like idiot, But the fact is, it's right around the corner for us. We're getting out there. These things are going to be happening for us. Okay? Another slide. We already did the Zors. You guys have seen the Zors. Everyone's seen the Zors, right?
Yeah.
We're working. It's on there. It's happening. It's shipping in Japan. Okay? The device you saw today is out there. We're looking at 2 million of those. 2 million of those. When was the last time Amiga sold 2 million units of anything? I haven't even sold 2 million t-shirts, as hard as I try. Okay? What's the other device we're now on? Remember this? Those of you guys didn't just see it. This is the new Sharp phone. That's a phone. GSM, GPRS, built in. It is everything the Zorus is. QWERTY keyboard built onto the front. Stylus. Every game you saw that was played on the Zorus can work on this device. I happen to know they have a contract to launch this with a telephone company. It's in the millions and millions of units they expect to sell. How many cell phones were sold last year? Worldwide? A lot. Let me tell you, it's more than a lot, mister. 216 million. I don't have a problem with that. Who is the largest content creator for cell phones and PDAs? There isn't one. There needs to be. Any ideas?
Amiga.
Okay, now what's cool about these devices is one thing that's going to happen, and I had a chance to tell the dealers this, that we've secured the distribution rights for all these Sharp products within the dealer channel.
Wow.
Amiga dealers will get to sell these devices. I think that's cool. They're going to get to sell add-on packs. They're going to get to sell stuff. We're going to get new customers in their stores. Not only are the Amiga faithful going to be able to come in their stores and buy this cool stuff, you're going to be able to show your friend, oh yeah, you think that Nokia phone's cool? Check this out. I'm watching the ball game. Okay? We're just begun with what's going to happen. We've got 2 new set-top specs. First day with the new lips. No. 2 new set-top box vendors. Right there is another 2.2 million units. It's guaranteed. It's going to start in Europe first before it comes to the US. Why? Those of you who haven't been there, they are so far ahead of us right now in this wireless infrastructure. $1. No, you bought your phone? What's your credit card number? Thank you very much. Hey, I had a weird idea. How would we like to have like Amiga credit cards?
All right.
Like, get one credit cards? I mean, they got them for like everything else. You know, Sacramento Kings credit cards. Like, what good does that do? I was thinking about calling Citibank. Said, hey, we got some people with some credit cards. You want to give us some? Just try. They got lots of money. They wouldn't mind. It's a way to help the dealers, right? You could use it. You could go to your dealer, get your new Amiga credit card, and then buy stuff.
You can get Boing Bucks as a reward.
Boing Bucks, yeah. Or bumper stickers. Either way. Okay. I mean, there's some stuff we can do. I'll never forget after my first AmiWest. Even though I was completely exhausted, I had never had the opportunity of being around Amiga folks before. And getting with you guys and having conversations that went on for all hours of the night, I walked away so jazzed and so pumped. I was thinking, we need to do like Amiga Day at Disneyland. Just like get all the Amiga people together.
Yeah.
Thought, oh, maybe not. Okay. But I mean, one day I want to do that kind of stuff. I think it'd be fun. Dodge can do it at Universal Studios. We can do it. All right, we want to have 10 million units in 12 months out there, Amiga-enabled devices. I've already told you about 5.7 that we know. We have one group we're working with right now has 22 million customers. They own this end and they own this end in the home. They'd like us to deliver content down their pipe that they also own to those homes. Nah, we can't do that. 22 million. There is a huge amount of opportunity out there. There was only 26 million PCs sold last year. 22 million PCs sold last year. 22 million, 216 million, 22 million. I mean, the numbers just get mind-boggling. We're talking real numbers. All right. Uh-oh, what did I do? Oh, there we go. So in summary, now, are we having fun? I mean, I know everyone's tired, it's been a long day, but I mean, are you guys starting to have fun? Are you starting to enjoy what we're talking about? I mean, I love this one, Bill. All right, here's my really bad segue. Amiga for x86. How many people got to see it? Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I don't need to show it again.
Yeah.
Half the crowd's like, look, we got here really late. We really don't care. All right, hang on. Pull it out here. They don't wrap it off. We'll use our Boing Bucks. Yes.
I want royalties on that.
If you guys want to get bumper stickers while doing this really bad stall, please feel free.
We'll just watch you.
I'm stuck.
Because guys, here's the
some bumper
point.
stickers. I'm stuck.
I don't care what the hardware is.
Some bumper stickers, quick.
We're going to run on all of them.
One, please. Anybody else?
This former group would go outside and just put them on any car and find them.
Just keep them off the windshield.
There you go.
Oh, okay.
Stick one on my laptop.
Hey.
Going last night. I probably should have blown off one.
Oh, we'll take another one.
You guys aren't going to believe this, but I left something in my hotel room I think I need.
Uh-oh.
From Gateway. You're in this hotel, aren't you?
Maybe. Maybe not. 1 second. Yeah, Joe's gonna go get it for me. Sorry about that. Ein Moment, bitte.
Brad, plug it in here wireless.
Where's the beer and beer?
Eigo ga wakarimasen. Eigo ga wakarimasen. Does anyone know what I just said? I said Eigo ga wakarimasen. Someone has said, does that mean I get 2 beers? I don't understand English. Notice, thank you very much. No, I don't drink beer. Thank you. Thank you.
I thought you guys had
That's
hardware.
right. I know that well.
That's software.
It's software. Oy vey. Now, for security purposes, we put the key file on one CD, so people couldn't just run with the machine, etc. So, in my infinite wisdom, I left the CD in my hotel room. Hey, Kermit, did you actually get Aladdin on here?
Yeah. Yeah. Joe or Bill or someone did it. Yeah.
Have you played it on here?
Yeah.
How's it look?
That's fine. Fine. Yeah.
Fun, fine, cool. Okay.
It is fast.
Okay, I guess the demo's done. All right.
I loaded up different projects between that and my 060, and it was definitely faster than the 060.
Was it?
Yeah, but it's not a really good demo thing, though.
All right.
It's not a snazzy.
So we should go back to the finger puppets?
No, the stalling stuff works well.
Okay.
So is there any truth to the story, the quote, if you bring out that new Amiga, we're going to squash you like a bug, direct to the gateway?
What? I missed something there. What?
I was told about third hand that the gateway got a call from Bill Gates and said, if you bring out that new Amiga, I'm going to squash you like a bug.
I would have to say that that's probably false. I really don't think Gates is going around going, oh, nuts, the Amiga's back. I mean, let's look at it this way. Let's see, Gateway sold how many machines last year, and how many dollars did they send to Microsoft? Like 60 million or something? I mean, I have no idea. It's probably $1 billion that they gave to Microsoft. I really doubt that they were looking at Amiga as a challenge of their $1 billion. I mean, the reality, folks, is, and I'm sure that some of you guys know this, there's $32 billion in the Microsoft bank account right now. $32 billion. Gosh. They're adding $1 billion of cash a month to that bank account. They got no idea what's coming, and I don't want them to know. I mean, that's just fine. All right, let's do a reboot here. Soft reboot. Let's make sure I do it right. There we go. Do I have the power in on this one? There we go. All right, so we rebooted. And let's just see. Okay. AIBB. What test should we run? Beach ball? Just for grins?
Sure.
All right, let's do beach ball. Here we go.
Oh boy.
Boom. Okay, so over here is your A4040. Right there. Okay. And this one's us. So am I reading that's 5,900 times faster?
No.
That can't be right. Okay, it's faster. We know that. All right, let's look at memory test. What's another one you guys want to see? You know this better than I do.
The yellow stuff.
The yellow stuff. Savage?
Yeah, Savage
All right.
is bad.
Savage. Let's do Savage. I like his radio show. Anyway. Savage test in progress. Boom. There you go. This is an Intel Celeron 500 with 64 megs of RAM, just so you guys know. Anything else? Or should I just get to some fun stuff? Fun stuff. Yeah, I know. It's like, yeah, okay, great. It's fast. We get it. All right. Now, only because we weren't able to get page stream to load. Sorry. Well, it's there, but nobody seemed to have a password or wasted. Finished loading it. Find security by the page stream person, I might add, because nobody here seemed to know the password to get in. Let's see. Minesweeper, Asteroids, Blasteroids, Klondike. Let's see.
Does Mindwalker still work?
Does what?
Good test. Does Mindwalker still work?
I have no idea.
Cheap shot.
Get it on there.
Oh, there's
I'll
ImageFX.
bet it does.
Okay, here's ImageFX, release 4.0. Kermit, do you want to fly this? Or you want me to like just poke around and look like an idiot?
You've been doing that too long already.
That's true. Oh, that's all right. This is the first year I haven't had to wear a flak vest, so I'm not.
Thanks, Bill. Oh, look, you took the mouse away. Oh, guy. I hate touchpads.
I use that to torture you.
You are evil. You are terribly evil. I like that in you. Okay, how many people here have ImageFX? Okay, how many are buying it tomorrow? I need a few more. Come on, raise your hand.
Yeah, but you need the new version for x86.
That's
right?
true. That's right. You need the x86 version.
Did you get the stickers? Put the x86 stickers on the box, they'll never know.
Okay. Stickers.
Side grades? The side grades. You know what's amazing? The side grade is the exact same cost as the upgrade.
Was it soft grade? Okay, I'm just playing around here and.
So it's the same price as the Linux version.
Hello.
All right.
Okay. I'm just gonna set up a few things here and okay, so we now got like an animation here with 12 frames. Only it's of the same guy in the same pose, so nothing looks good until we animate something on this. So we go here and we do like a simple lens flare. Lens flares, they're easy. What's not easy is trying to see this keyboard in the dark over here. And so just set up a few things here. We'll have the lens flare traverse the entire animation rather than the 10 spaces I did it last night. That wasn't quite as impressive to watch a lens flare render in just a few seconds and then only go a few inches across the image.
Kermit and I have never met before. This is our first time at this demonstration.
No, that's my line.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so it's obviously going real damn fast here. And I gotta say that, notwithstanding the $1 I got from Bill last night, I've not really been paid to do any demo in here or say anything about this. It's just pretty damn cool. And so there we render. Only, if you've been watching me at the booth over there, I'm running on Chuck's really nice 4000 system with an 060 processor in it and a CyberGrafx display card. And oh yes, and it actually has a mouse. But if I tried to play an animation back like this, thank you. Hey, shows the difference between Bill and me. Bill gave us 20 back last night. I'm keeping everything. You don't see it redrawing here. You just see it animating. Over at the booth, I couldn't get a screen a quarter of this size to do that.
Wow.
The Amiga's pretty fast, but it don't redraw on its display drivers this fast.
Look, I have something to do now.
All right.
It's a lens flare.
Okay. Okay, let's pick some other neat little effect here or something. Oh, Gaussian blur, the test of slowness everywhere. I'll Gaussian blur the whole animation. Click, 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 click. Anybody ever use a Gaussian blur from ImageFX? It takes a few minutes per frame usually to do. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. And we can still play it back, stop it and everything. We could do some other stuff. Or lightning? Oh yeah. Okay, well, we can get to Aladdin, but that's not this program.
We're happy to sell it to you for $129.95.
A special, $99.95.
Show price.
I'll hold you to that.
Now I have something I can
me. Where's Bruce Willis when you need him?
Sound effects. We need sound effects.
That is the
Sound
effect
effects.
for image effect. The audio's not going to be.
I get your impact.
It's on the data drive.
Where'd you store?
Data or storage? I forget.
Storage. Oh, that's right. Can't call your workbench like you have working workbench.
It's on the other one.
On the other storage, as opposed to the storage.
It's the other drive, whatever it's called, work, whatever it is. No, I didn't put a. I don't think I put a light in there.
Where do you? Where the heck did
That was.
That
one called RAM? It's in there somewhere.
Yeah, RAM. There it is. Yeah.
Recoverable.
Okay, now I can definitely say one thing here is that that I have tried Aladdin under UAE and Amiga Forever, stuff like that, and it's generally non-functional. It just can't redraw the screen because everything here is done using very standard Amiga line drawing calls, which don't redirect real fast or anything. So you're not going to see anything move fast on those displays. That really can't move interactively or anything, but oddly enough, it does here.
I, for one, am impressed.
I think you're pretty impressed.
Break at 20.
So now the other, while he's doing that, are the AWeb guys still here?
Yeah.
Okay, now what happened when you guys tried to load?
Oh.
What is that, rendering?
This is just doing a little wireframe preview, rendering it out the entire animation, just showing you the shuttle zooming away here.
Was that 50 frame?
I think I got up to nearly 100 before I got bored and stopped it. Render settings here. Display. That looks about right. Let's make sure there's nothing better.
Use the bottom one. Use the bottom one, Luke.
By the way, Joe, didn't I predict last night that he would use the Luke, I am your father joke? Every show Bill's done that joke. But you put a microphone.
When did I do it this year?
Last
Did it
night.
in the other room.
Capino did. Everybody who heard that, raise your hand. Well, yeah. James Earl Jones. Okay. Looks like I'm really sort of 3D ignorant in the company. I'm not the 3D guy. I'm the idea guy, the 2D guy. But, usually I can point at things and click buttons. Okay, this isn't really fast. That's just dumping the background and making certain there's nothing here. That's rendering right there. Actually, it's so far away it sucks. Where's the color? I saw something in color earlier. I think I just chose the wrong display mode or something.
I only had it for 5 days. So.
There's already one color out?
Hey, I didn't have my first Amiga till 1990.
How lame is that?
And how long did it take you before you broke it?
Which one?
That first 1200?
The first one, I had it for like a week.
Oh,
and then we were upstairs. It was at the Columbus show because actually Randier made out because I had to go down and buy one from him and an accelerator card and all this other stuff.
Borrowed monitor.
Yeah. Because I get upstairs. Derek was with me. We get upstairs trying to make it work, and Derek goes, "Wow, I've never heard an Amiga make that kind of sound before." He goes, "That's not good." And the hard drive literally just melted.
The one that was in Fabian's car when he hit the pillar?
I might have some audio issues over there I gotta go work on. 24 people, thank you. It's definitely raffle time, and we're mobile. So I'm gonna turn this off and go to the other one. Okay, let's see where we are. This guy. Now this might blow up. Anybody on Discord, let me know, or IRC, let someone know. Where's that button? Okay. So hopefully you're on the Zoom and the audio is decent. I have a Zoom device on the sucker. I'm going to move this over here. And again, we're mobile. Here's Robert. Do you like my little... Thank you. It's amazing what you can do on Amazon. Okay, I'm going over here. I'm going to run Fred over. Justin. So got some sandwiches left. I'm going to set this up over here. You can see Jerry just waving. Hi, Jerry. So I don't know what the audio is going to be like. We're getting around 4 minutes. For Jerry. Oh, George. That
I think you want to take your pick. No, it's right. That's right. You can afford.
Okay, it's raffle time. If you want a raffle ticket, last chance to buy a raffle ticket.
Grab me the real up here.
You get a raffle ticket. You want the Kremlin? Sure. Yeah.
That's not to give it to you.
I have the Kremlin. You got just for 30 seconds. And I will turn the speaker and start streaming.
All right, ready? Yeah, but I'm going to walk around you. Ready for that?
Sure.
All right. We're here in Sacramento, AmiWest. And my first AmiWest. So cool. Part of the thing is our grandmother was here.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Robert remark I have seen decades. So awesome. So glad it.
Cool. Thank you, Tim.
We'll have to have a reunion. I think we should. I think in this area, driving distance to Northern California.
figure out a work
And then I will go. You have a preview. Oh, it's Jerry again. Anything you say will be held against you in a court of law. This will be recorded. I can make it. Sorry, guys. Oh, and here's the amazing new technology.
Can you do those two machines over there? Thank you.
Sorry.
What you have there, right?
It broke. Oh, there was a screw in there.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay. Hot. Okay. It's raffle time. Anybody remember that? Who was that? Who raffle time? I think it was Roger. Wow. Okay. We're doing raffle. But first, before we do raffle, is LD Stevens in the house? Can you come here, LD? Did you watch the banquet last night? Did you watch the banquet?
I don't have it.
Do you know what this is?
Fantastic.
Okay. Every year, awards people, club awards. We have the John Zacharias and the Dan Klaus. You knew Dan? You did. So this year, the Dan Klaus Award goes to LD Stevens. I am not kidding. It's actually written down. Right here. Thank you for your service to AmiWest and to the club. I know. That's one way to do this. So we did announce it last night at the banquet, but you weren't there, so this is the makeup time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Small stack.
Thank you, LD. So it's raffle time, a tradition at AmiWest that fell off for a few years, and then Jerry brought it back last year. We did an online raffle. It was bonkers and a ton of fun. Because it was so difficult, we decided we're going to do an in-house raffle. So you must be present to win. You must have tickets.
Do you want to pull a raffle ticket for us?
Out of the pumpkin? Like trick-or-treating. I was looking for you. As long as that's okay. Perfect. We have a lot of items. You're going to be here a while. Do you want a chair? Okay. So we have a ton of stuff. Fantastic sponsors. The first one I'm particularly excited about. I do a calendar every year. I use the PageStream software. 3 months ago, Darren posted a new version for Windows. They just released a MorphOS version of PageStream. I've been communicating with him via email saying, hey, can we get an updated Amiga version of this sucker? And then he brought up AmiWest and whatever interview, and it's not a good time. But he did donate a license. So the first one is for a copy. As many copies of PageStream. But there is a new version available for Windows, and there's now a MorphOS version as well. So can you pull one of the tickets from there, please? You can reach around, dig in there. Go through this pretty fast. Go ahead and pull the next one out if you don't mind. So I'm going to start, probably the last 4 digits is all we need. I'll do them all. 417188. You can grab the next one. 417188.
Damn.
Wait, is that me?
Missed it by 6.
71, I'm in the 5s. 7188. Going once. Going twice. Must be present to win. Okay. Next one? Okay. I don't know how many we sold. George, how many we sell? George doesn't know either. This is the last four. 7419. I think I might have that. You got it? Woohoo! Okay, you won a copy of PageStream. So go see Jerry. If you win, go see Jerry. Next one. Hey, Alan, did you get any raffle tickets? You did, okay. Oh. Need someone to be my stand-in here. Anyway, next one. Oh, fantastic. Now you do, Steve. Have fun. Okay. Last four. Go ahead and pull one. 7408. Probably, yeah. 7408. Anyone? 7408. You want to know what you won?
What did I win?
You won the opportunity to buy yourself a vampire because you won an Amiga kit for the vampire. The one you wanted. So we actually have it. It's a CF card. This is the Amiga Kit XC CF for the vampire. So you need a vampire to use this. So you just want the ability to spend hundreds of dollars on a toy you did not have before. Okay. This is for Discrete Effects. Has donated vultures to vampires. And he printed out on nice ones. This is for volume 1 coupon. And the number is 7539. Vultures to Vampires 7539. A copy of the book. Going once? Do you have a copy? You have a copy of the book? You do now. Here you go.
Thank you.
Give me your ticket.
Okay, one sec.
Yeah, you can fish it. Okay. Now we are going to be doing Amiga Future 1-year subscription. Hold on. What are my numbers? The number here is 7614. Amiga Future 1-year subscription 7614. Woohoo! Congratulations. Wait a minute now. Awesome. Next ticket, please. Okay. Jerry, talk to Jerry. Okay. This is for a very interesting device. Jerry should probably win it. Needs to win it. Alenia Computer has built something called an Omniport. The expansion port on the 1200 is about a DB25 wide. They put a whole bunch of connectors in there. HDMI, Ethernet, I think there's a couple other mini SD. And it's designed to mate with a Vampire, but you can kind of break it out to other stuff. So this is the Omniport. It's a product they had designed. The number is 7360. Is there a 7360 who needs to spend a ton of money to buy a 1200 and a Vampire to use this one? The gifts that keep on giving. We expect you to bring it next year. Yeah, that's you. Give me the ticket. And then, okay. Omniport, is it here?
Yeah.
Oh, we have it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, this is nice.
Yeah.
There you go.
The port on the cable.
Oh, you'll put that to good use.
That's the product that they manufacture, by the way.
So that's a minor typo. Okay, back to Vultures to Vampires. This is volume 2. It is not out yet. Thank you. This is a coupon for when it becomes available. There's a code number here, but it's not there. But the email to get in touch with Bill's there. You can contact me. 7608. 7608. Vultures to Vampires, volume 2. Do we have it? Do we have it? Oh, nice. There you go. Okay. It's an equal opportunity raffle. Okay, one more. Magazine here. This is going to be Retro Passion, 6 issues. Retro Passion has given us 6 issues of Amiga Addict, the new Amiga magazine. 7515. 7515. Sweet. Okay, so I'll take that one, Jerry. I won that one. Did, woohoo! I'm not pulling these numbers. I'm not pulling. I am going to pull for the last one, though, because that's the big prize. Actually, no, I take it back. This is our big prize, by the way, the signed video toaster. This is the main prize now. I was super excited about the 1260, but now it's the toaster. Okay, so that was me. So now we're at a USB adapter, the Retronic. Oh, we have a ton. Can you pull? I'm going to do them all at once. Can you get 3 more? 3 more of the devices? I'm going to speed this up. We have 4 USB to joystick adapters, so you can with a USB port. So you have 3 for me? Yeah. Awesome. You're really good at this. Okay, so I've got 7, 3, 8, 5. I've got 7, 6, 0, 5. We've got 7, 5, 4, 8. We have 7, 5, 1, 3. Sweet, now I have 3. 3, 8, 5. That's you. Congratulations. These things are awesome. Take a classic joystick, adopt it to a modern system. Nice, good haul. Oh, I need both sides, especially from you. Because you got your hand in the jar. Okay, and then, did you get one, 7?
7 times right.
Congratulations, that's all of them, fantastic. Okay, the gift card to Amiga Store EU, a €100 card, Store EU. Great store, bought a lot of stuff from these guys, a lot of great product. One more card, please. Not one that you currently have. Thank you. That is 7329. Do I have a 7329 for a £100 gift card to AmigaStore.eu? Sorry, €100. Thank you. Sweet. See, Jerry? I'll take the ticket. I'm pairing them up over here. I don't know why, actually, but I'm doing it. And then go see Jerry. Rockstar. Okay, next one, please. Much. I'm going to do the £100. It says pound. It's in the front. To Ami64.com, a new retailer. 7297. 7297. 729. That's an earlier one. It might not be here. Sweet. Okay. We have a ton. I really appreciate the sponsors. This is amazing. But we are almost done. I'm going to do Awesome C. Jerry, I think, for the Emmy. That's better over there. Next one, please. This is for Vultures to Vampires. Do we have 2 more here? Is that what's going on? I am way off script. Yeah, we're way off script, guys. Okay. There might be 2 here. It's kind of stuck. Anyway, this is for the volume 3 of Vultures to Vampires, and our number is 7425. So this gets you 1 instance of the book. Okay. Why don't you work on that, Fred? I trust you a little bit. If you don't actually have it, let me know. And then, what do we want to do now? We are going to do more. You can grab the voucher right there. There's an email address if you have an issue. We don't know, and David anyway. Okay, we're going to do a bunch more hardware. These are really cool devices. This is DB23 to component, uncased. Chance to design your case with your 3D printer. We do have 4 of these again, so if you give me 4 cards, we'll do what we just did. We'll rapid fire these guys. Okay. Okay, so I understand that the battery died on the microphone and that cut off the internet. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, Joe Torre called me and he to tell me the microphone is down. Thank you, Joe. Sorry, man. I was on a roll and it didn't even clock. You should have called someone else on the show floor who could do something about that. I need just a minute, and then we're going to jump into the OS4 games presentation on the stream here. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. The video toaster went to Stefan with the signs. The guy who made the A4091. Good job. Great. It was a lot of fun. Okay, so we are going to do OS4 gaming. We're roughly on time. George, can you point that speaker back toward the seminar area, please? Thank you, sir. What am I doing? My notes. It's too much. So I'm going to jump around a little bit more than I was planning to. I'm probably getting some names wrong. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this started. Let me do a quick audio check. It's a little loud. I'll fix that. Okay, is that a good level? Looks good? Am I... What? Oh. Well, that's not right. Unexpected. That works. Okay. Why is the screen blank? No. It's on a switcher. 1 second. Let's see if this works. I'll power cycle it. Survey says, in business. Okay. Gaming on OS 4. I used to do this quite regularly, and then got busy and decided to bring it back this year. It was interesting. I started looking at what games would be available to show probably about 4 or 5 months ago, and there was nothing, or very few. And then it got really, and then we had a whole bunch of stuff come out. So I like using Chris Hanley's eGame, which is a launcher interface for AmigaOS 4. It's actually quite competent and very interesting because you can tag your games, and depending on your tags, it can do interesting things. Like you'll see here, this Nothing is an emulator. It's one of the things I'm going to show. But it has a specific command line to launch it. And you can see that command line is here. So any game that I tag will use this to launch it. So I can take a ROM, copy it to eGame, and say it belongs to the emulator, and it will just launch it in the emulator. It's pretty cool. Some of the stuff is beta, some of it's a little further along. You can see there's a number of games that are listed here. I don't think any of these are based on the Nova Bridge, but I did want to give a shout out to Matthew at Aeon for releasing Nova Bridge. Very, very, very cool piece of technology. It allows you to run older games. So if you have, where is it? Sorry, I'm off script here for just a second. So if you have something like Warp Out, it will run. Where did I put it? Might be just in classics. Wipeout. If you have Wipeout, this should run. It's a demo. We'll see. So this is actually an Amiga X5000 with an RX card. Whoops. Let me jump over here, guys. This is a Amiga X5000 with a RX card running the Warp Out. It's a little fast, I think. Yeah, the timing might be a little different. Let me go to this other layout. I'm just going to leave it like this. And fade out. Okay. And so it works, and it works really well, and it works really fast. I haven't played this in a while. I'm not really prepared to actually play the game. But if you, it's fantastic. This is an example of a old 3D game running on an RX 580 on an X5000. That wasn't part of my script, but we just learned the other day they're going to release it. So if you have other older games, like I think Shogo might run, yeah, there was an update to it, but I haven't tried that. It was a fun game. The thing is, it's super transparent, so you don't know it's doing its job. It just does its job. So you can download things that are 5, 10 years old, and they just run. It's really nice. So I just want to give a little shout out. I'm going to start with Caesar 3 port called Augustus. This is a crash. Okay, fine. Whoops, that was the wrong button. I don't think that's going to go well. Sorry, let me reboot real quick. Ah. Inevitably, it's going to crash. It does that. This is an SDL port. Oh, that's right. The button's like weird on the front. I don't even know where it is. Hold on. So the we have a copy of SDL2 for the Amiga, which has some 3D integration. So what really changed in the last few months was the release of the latest enhancer, which brought out updated, correct me if I'm wrong, George, OGLES, I think it is, drivers. So about 3 months ago, Enhancer 2 came out with a bunch of updated 3D libraries, which triggered the release of a bunch of new games because they could take advantage of the new rendering techniques. Yeah, don't read that. And so a lot of the activity we've seen in the last few months has really been driven by the enhancer release. So again, thanks to Aeon, it's going to spam up there for a few seconds. Let's try this again. Oh boy, that's a new behavior. Shoot, I should have tested this more. Darn it. Okay, well, we'll move on from that. That's a port of Caesar 3. It normally works, so I don't know what's going on. I'll move on. You have to buy the game from GOG. I think Sign-In Gherkin had done the port. Runs pretty nicely. There's a guy on Discord, Level Lord, who reported an issue with the shovel pointer, but he's fixed that in the latest release. I'm not sure why this isn't working, but I'm going to move on. It's pretty cool. It's a city building game where you're looking 3/4 view and you can move around and you're a Roman and you're building out a Roman town. You have battles and stuff. So that's Caesar 3. Sorry about that. The next one I'm going to show is the Medifin. If someone knows how to pronounce that, please let me know. I'm too tired. So that's these games here that are tagged. Oh, come now. Oh, the network. Shoot. Oh, of course. It was, oh my God, unbelievable. Sorry about that. You know, I'm sitting at home and I'm logging into my system and I got a few minutes. So I fire up eGame and I launch a game and I exit the game and I come back and I launch it all the time. It does not do this, or I would not have put them in the list. This is stupid. So, Medifin is a SDL-based emulator, 14 plus systems, including PlayStation 1. So with this emulator, you can run PlayStation 1 titles, Nintendo, Saturn, Dreamcast. I don't know the full list. It's open source. You can go look it up. Is 3DO in there as well? It might be. It might be. I suspect the networking issues here are unhappy, and I haven't disabled the network. So again, apologies for that. Let me let that calm down a little bit. One of my favorite games from way back is this thing called Warriors of the Eternal Sun. Let's see if this works. This is a Sega game, and this is running in that emulator. His first build, this didn't run at all, and then he dropped a new build, and he got it running. It's a pretty interesting game. The keyboard on this thing is a little weird, so I'm not going to play too far. I'm going to pop out of this or run something else. But this is a great Dungeons & Dragons game, old school. It's got multiple different views. It's a lot of fun. But this is mainly just to show it. So I'm going to kill that. Let's see if this works. See this Ethernet thing. I'm trying to the fastest way to disable that, because I think the networking is the problem. Oh, crap. Oh, yeah, the network is the problem. It's holding up the whole machine. And it crashed. It's networking, of course. Hopefully it works better just unplugged. Sorry, guys. God, it's ridiculous. One year I had, what's that thing called? Timekeeper, one of the enhancer things. Time guard. And because I wasn't on the network, the machine wouldn't boot. So, because it was trying to talk to the time server and it couldn't, and it just failed to boot. I unplugged the networking now. Hopefully this gets it and it stops. And it works now. So embarrassing. Okay. There's a bunch of stuff that's not going to run. Now, let's see if it's more stable. So, Need for Speed, PlayStation 1 emulation. So this should come up, the little PlayStation logo. I didn't spend too much time. The performance was okay. It's early days. I think it could get faster. The other thing with SDL is there's a nice SDL prefs program. Oh my God. Oh no, this is normal. This is normal. There's a SDL prefs program where you can actually choose all these different combinations, and that does have performance and speed effects. I don't know what's best for this particular application. So the pthreads crashes a couple times, and then it moves on. Oh, anyway, that does work. Oh, the network finally came up. What I want to show now. So this is a Nintendo game. So you guys remember F-Zero? It's nice and fast to get started, not like the PlayStation stuff. Oh, what are the key commands? Shit, I don't remember. Oh. I can never remember what they are. Not a good demo. That's what the thing about it is you got to go in and like look at the actual key mappings to know what they're supposed to be. I think I just got bumped. Oh, I'm down here. Oh my God. Sorry, this is terrible. Okay. And then the screen will blank. Wow. This is why I haven't done this in years past, because you got to spend time making sure it all works ahead of time, and I've been busy with other stuff. Darn it. I'm going to switch to stuff that works better. Those are a little more experimental. Man, it sucks. Okay. So the next one I'm going to show is called Cybersphere. This is a commercial game. I actually have the box here. It's really nice. It comes with like a printed map. It has a key card because it's a puzzle game, so I think you need the box to like or the box helps you, like the items in the box help you complete the game. It's more of a point-and-click adventure. Clearly done in Hollywood. It supports MorphOS, OS4, a bunch of other platforms. So let's see if Cybersphere launches. It came out last year, but after AmiWest last year. So I'm going to do windowed. And listen, that's fine. DGG is the distributor. So it's rendered graphics. Those who know Hollywood will recognize some of the effects that are pretty staple. So we can continue our game. And you basically have your navigation at the bottom middle. You have items on one side and actions on the other. You can look at the map, and you can see like the checkered pattern. So definitely Amiga history. So you can go down into the sewers. You can enter into buildings. So I think we've just entered into a bar or something. So there's the bartender. You can chat with the bartender. You're gathering clues, you're looking around, navigating through the area. South? Yeah. North. That's where we're south. East. The shop's closed. Pawn shop. And you can click on the items in some of the areas and pick things up. This isn't one of them. Navigation at the top. Where am I? So I'm over here. Where's the sewers? I think it was down this way. Downtown West. Nice complex. So you're basically moving around a cityscape, and you're learning information. Like I said, picking up things like the newspaper. The graphics are decent. I mean, it's not a $800 million or $80 million production. You can save your state. You can exit the game. It's available for sale commercially. At one point, I did get into the sewers. Was running around. It was quite nice. And you have to explore, learn the puzzles, and win the game. So that's one of them, and that one worked. See. Now, there's an older game called Open Jedi Knight, and Castle did an updated release where you use the new 3D drivers. So this is actually an old game that was ported once under the previous 3D driver set, and now it's using the existing 3D drivers. And it is so fast. It's very, very, very playable. Let's see if it loads. Survey says.
Jaden, we can't get to you. Make your way to the temple. The shuttle will meet us there.
Jaden, hey!
And it just looks nice. The texturing looks really good.
Hold on, Rosh.
You can jump,
I'm
you
on
can
my
swing
way.
your lightsaber.
Jade, see if you can make your way
You get
around
stuck
there.
in the river and jump around like an idiot, because that's what they do in the movies. You can throw the lightsaber. There's like some animals over here to kill.
Maybe you can use your lightsaber to cut those trees
You can
down
knock
and make
down
a
the
bridge.
trees. It's very realistic.
Thanks, Jaden. Let's get to the temple.
Can't knock down that one. There's some dogs that show up. Whatever these are. So you have to obliterate them with your lightsaber. How can I not kill it? Oh, it got shot. Is it dead? Okay. Anyway, performance is fantastic. Loaded fast. You can see the frame rate is amazing. Really good game. You do have to buy the data files, but it was nice to see it get an update after the new drivers came out to take advantage. Space Cadet Pinball, this was very famous on Windows, and that's been ported. It's also a 3D game. There's a bunch of options. You can resize it, but that wasn't wonderful when I tried it last. I'm not going to play that. So that's a good one you can grab. Devolution X. So this is the Diablo 1. It ported a while back, but you couldn't save. So I'm not a hardcore player. Some people dig that. I don't. But there's an updated port, and it works pretty well. Performance is good. There's my dude. I got a sword. I can like click things, and like I can kill them. Everything you would expect from a ancient dungeon crawl. 60 frames a second, all good. That's nice to see. I do want to spend some quality time because I haven't played Diablo in a long time, and it was a very good game. Cro-Mag Rally. Now this is fantastic, except for my screen is set way too high and it's not liking it. I'll go to window, it should fit better. Perfect. So, super smooth play. Basically a Mario Kart written by Pangea Software on Macintosh. It's been ported using the latest 3D drivers. It's really nice and fast. I like to give the computer a head start. It's a little easy. But you have little bones you can pick up. You can also mess with the physics. So I turned gravity down one time, and that was pretty cool. But multiplayer, I don't think we have net play per se. But a very nice, fun little game. Lots of obstacles to run into. It just looks great. I mean, obviously, it's not a modern Mario Kart 64, whatever they have to call it these days. But it's a lot of fun. Retire game. Quit. What else we want to show? There's two more that were done by George here, ports. So he ported them. The first one is the Blob Wars. I'm gonna start a new game. Yeah, might as well. And it's just kind of hard to describe. I don't have the settings 100%, and I can't always remember the key commands. That's the hard part with these things. What's the jetpack? Which one? No, different keyboard layout. Door's locked. Where's jump? I'm just pounding keys trying to remember which is the key to jump. No. I gotta remap the keys in order to really use it. Yeah. I or button 1. Make that space. Fire will make enter. Jetpack will make this guy. Okay. This will be more playable. So you can shoot, you can jetpack. Uh-oh. There's energy bars, you can pick things up. You can grab different weapons. This is a pretty basic level. And then when your energy run downs, you have to stop by recharge stations. A little twitchy, but it's a good game. There's lots of different weapons you can acquire. You can go underwater, get like a rebreather. You can go to acid and die. You can go to lava and die. Don't want to die. There's a key. There's a jumper thing or elevator here. You need a key. You get tons of different weapons, very Turrican style weapons. It's a great game. It's very complex. There's a lot of missions. You're trying to collect all these keys. The last one that I'm going to show, which I've been playing quite a bit actually. I really enjoyed this last one. Is the Battle for the Solar System. It's open source. George ported it. It's based on a trilogy of books, and you're basically flying these space fighters. You have this giant map. Performance is really good. You click a system and start mission, and that's my ship. It follows the mouse pointer, and then you can drive around. There's missiles you can shoot. If you look in the upper left-hand corner, you see my shields. Those are my bullets. On the bottom right-hand, you'll see the radar, which shows you if there are any bad guys. You see that sea of red in front of us? We're going to kamikaze and get blown up. But you can fire missiles on your target. And it's got pretty good space physics. It's chugging a little bit. I got to get the settings right and the performance goes better. There's a missile. There's a missile. I'm getting whaled from behind. Take that, you bad guy. So a little. If you update the settings, it runs a bit faster. But the graphics are fantastic. Are there capital ships? Like really big ships you have to... Yeah, I was trying to get a little bit further and I ran out of time. I think my wingmen are destroyed now, but you get a bunch of wingmen. Got him. Nice scrolling, good performance. Really, really, really fun game. I played that quite a bit. Okay. So sorry, it's a little chunky in the beginning. Oh, and how can I forget Mace Defense? I'm going to end with Enricker X. These guys are the best. No offense, George. But this is all native content. They've kind of switched to Android, iPhone games. They dropped Tower Defense very quietly, probably about 5 months ago, and someone noticed and posted it, and I immediately went out and bought it. You can get it. You could have got it on Android a couple years back. But basically, it's a tower defense game running on OS 4, full 3D. You can plant your various guns. I've gotten a little bit further. Someone said use the EMP. I found the EMPs to be a problem. They're supposed to slow down the enemies. So you notice they get all glowy here. It does a little damage. They don't actually help. I've passed more levels without them than using them because it's really about managing your resources. Very, very, very well done from that perspective. So let's get a laser. I bought one of those. And up here you can accelerate it because it is tower defense, and that's part of the fun. So I'm going to let him go. I'm going to let him escape. But oh, did you see the laser pick up the one in the end? Nice. Oh, and I can put it under the tower. Oh, am I going to get him? Get him. Sweet. So if you get this game and you start playing, I implore you, do not start by figuring out what those things in the upper right-hand corner do. Don't just like, oh, let's nuke and nuke and nuke and nuke, because it costs money. And when you lose your free ones, you don't have them anymore. So I was like, oh, let's play with these. This is awesome. Because you can go to the shop and you can buy stuff. Can I buy a nuke? No. I can buy missiles, and I can buy the big bomb. I'm going to buy special air. So I just bought it with some of the cash in my game here, which is hard to earn because you have to win the levels to earn the cash. And if you lose the level, you don't get the cash. And so what that does is it gives me these additional things. So you start off with a bunch of free ones, and I was playing around. I used them all. Big mistake. So let me accelerate this a bit. I should, let me kill this guy. So he's going to pass, and the next one's going to start. So I'm going to let him go a little bit into the middle, and then we're going to drop the bomber on him, and then we'll be done. Oh, what? I upgraded him. I meant to kill him. Okay. Place your target. See the countdown in the middle? It'll get some of them. So now there's the shadow. Anyway, there's like a nuke, and there's cluster bombs, and all sorts of fun stuff. Fantastic game. Runs great. Super high quality. Mechanically really well thought out mathematics, so that it's really challenging levels, some easier levels. You get a real sense of accomplishment when you get through them. So sorry about the earlier troubles on those first handful of games, but yeah, that's pretty much a quick snapshot of gaming on OS 4. And I think Hans should be ready now. Okay? Sorry for the troubles in the beginning, guys. Thank you.
Yes, I can. Can you hear me? No, that's me. Okay, just wait a moment.
Give me a minute to rally some folks here. The camera's on the audience. You want to see the audience or you want to see me?
Either or. I better mute the sound here.
Is that a presentation on your other screen?
Yes.
Okay. It's just really weird format. I'm gonna have to fit that. Interact is better off not running it as another participant. Well, it's not a screen share. I don't like having it.
The screen share doesn't work properly for me, unfortunately. Yeah.
So it's, I'm gonna mute that thing. It's treating it as a person, so it's doing the people algorithm, so it's coming in a little close down the side.
Okay. If should I kill my own webcam feed?
I don't know if that's gonna help. It'll work if you can't share your screen. It's just so awful.
Because just wait a minute. What happens if I try screen share? I end up with a big black rectangle on most of it.
Give me 1 second. We'll get started. I've been playing phone tag with my wife, unfortunately. Sorry, honey.
That's all right.
That's always a good thing to do. Give me 1 second, Hans. Let me announce that you're here. Okay, Hans, I went over to the OS4 row of the show and let them know that you're here. So we got a few more people you might know in the audience.
Okay.
Like LD Stevens, Val, Paul Stalick is here, and I think Solly's coming as well. Awesome.
Cool.
So we didn't really we did not really talk about what we're going to do here. What, you have some slides for us, or what do you want to do, Hans?
Yeah, I've got some slides.
Why don't you go ahead and
give an
do...
update on what's happening with CTFTP.
Whoops. Why don't you do, why don't you give us a few minutes and give us your presentation and talk about your technologies, and then we'll do a Q&A after.
Sounds good.
Awesome. I think the echoes... That is not Hans Durer. That is the 2022 winner of the Dan Klausko Award, LD Stevens. So we're just waiting for Hans to come back. There he is. Okay, we got you back, Hans.
Okay, that's good.
We have your screen, and it's muted. That looks much better, too. That's
okay,
working.
that's good.
Okay, take it away, Hans.
Okay, so yeah, this is to give you an idea of what's coming up with the FTP server. So currently, it's a fully functional FTP-S server. The S stands for secure. I've got multiple happy users, and I'm personally using it a lot as part of my AmigaOS development system, actually. So I cross-compile on my laptop, and then I use the FTP server to transfer it to my Amiga for testing. But when I started writing it, it was never meant to be just another FTP server. I was always thinking of something else, which was, I've never been that big a fan of things like Dropbox. It seems to me a little ridiculous that I have to copy my files all the way to a server halfway around the world and then back again just to get it onto my computer conveniently. So Z2Sync is something I was thinking about years ago when I started Z2FTP. And the idea is I can take photos on my phone, and then it'll just transfer it to my computer via Z2FTP. I think best thing to do would be a demo. I have a very early prototype here, so let me take a photo. And if everything's working fine, oh, there we go. Switch over to the workbench, and there's the photo I just took.
Nice.
There you go. So while I'm home, I'm on the Wi-Fi network. Z2Sync will take any new file and send it to my computer.
I love, sorry to interrupt, I love how you say computer when you mean Amiga. That is awesome.
Yeah. I mean Amiga. It's going to work on Windows as well. But obviously that's not what we're here for. I do have one other thing that it's more of an early development stage. Oh, we need to. Oh, wow, that's crazy. Yeah, there's something happening with my keyboard. So yeah, at this stage, it's a very early prototype, just enough to be able to show it to you today. If you're interested in it, I would suggest you go to the URL there, or take a photo of the QR code, and just sign up to the notification list. And I'll give people a minute or so to take that down. Are there any questions at this stage?
So I'll ask one about Android, iPhone.
I'll start with Android. Ultimately, I would like it running on iOS as well. But I got to start somewhere. Yeah.
And yeah, there's a couple questions from the audience. Yes, Paul. Follow or so the question on
The question is, the synchronization, is that using the mobile network to your home system, or is it local LAN or something?
It's my own home Wi-Fi network. So the way it's going to work, at least initially, is you get home, your phone connects to your Wi-Fi, and it'll just transfer everything that's new.
Does it go both ways, or I mean, the arrow only goes one way. So the idea is it's a phone application that has an easy sync into Z2FTP.
Yeah. At least initially, I am thinking about having a full two-way sync later. But initially, I think the real use for it is to get files off your phone onto your computer.
Okay. Any other questions on sync? I think we're good. Thank you, Hans.
Okay. So move on. The next thing that I want to do is an FTP mount or a network browser. So I think FTP mount minus some of the bugs, and it works with Z2FTP server, secure servers. My goal is that it will show you automatically find and show you the FTP servers on your local network. And then you'll see this add server button here. So if you've got some servers out on the internet that you want to access as if it's a drive, then you can add it that way. This one, I think I already said, this one is very early development, so I haven't written much in the way of code for this one, but it's something that I personally want. I've never had a good solution for transferring files between my Amigas. Samba's been too much of a pain to set up. And this is actually one of the reasons I started writing the FTP server in the first place. One of the other things it'll do is it will do file syncing and mirroring. What that means is when you set it up, this is optional by the way, when you set up ZDFS, it will be able to create a complete mirror of an FTP server on your local machine. Or if you don't have the hard drive space, you can switch that off. Is there anything else? Oh yeah, and I want to be able to support all AmigaOS file attributes. One of the things with FTP is that by default, it doesn't really copy file attributes, so you lose things like the execution bit. When I have this working, at least with ZFTP server, I want it to be able to support copying of files with the file attributes, including the AmigaOS specific ones like the script bit and the file comments. So this is, where is it? Yeah, as I say, very early development. This is a mock-up. I don't have it working at this stage. But yeah, if people are interested in that one, here's the link to that. Get onto the mailing list specifically for this, and you'll know when there's more happening.
Very cool.
Are there any questions on ZTFS?
I have a quick one. I'm sure lots of other people are thinking. Is that based on the existing FTP mount, or are you going to rebuild that from scratch?
No, I'll be writing my own one. One of the reasons for that is I want to use file sysbox. So I've got a Fuse file system, and I can port it to other systems as well.
Okay.
And file sysbox is actually easier to use anyway.
Yeah. So it's going to be Fuse based.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Yes, Paul. Just tell me. You can just... I got it. Yeah. So Paul Sadlick's question is, when you enable the synchronization feature, can you get to the granular level of file or directory, or is it all or nothing?
Oh, I was hoping nobody would ask that. The easiest thing initially is to just have all or nothing. But I can totally see you might want, just like with Dropbox, for example, they've actually Dropbox recently added the feature where you can optionally not sync a folder. I think it's useful to say, I do want to sync this drawer or directory, but I don't want this one. It's just it's probably going to take a bit more work to get that one added into the system.
Awesome. Next question. Oh wow, we drank a lot last night. Yes, LD. He did not. So LD's question is, when you bring these to market, are they going to be standalone, or are they going to fit under the Zeta FTP product? Like you buy Zeta FTP, you get these, or are these going to be standalone?
They'll be separate.
Separate, standalone.
They'll be separate, but if you're wondering, am I going to have to pay for them separately in addition to Zeta FTP server? I think if you've got Zeta FTP server, you should be able to just use ZTFS and Zeta Sync as well. Right. So if you've got the FTP server already, I'm not going to say, okay, you need to pay a license for every single additional thing that you're using.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I can't imagine the development time you're going to put in, but I'm sure it'll be exceptionally high quality, like all the other stuff you've done. Any other questions on the show here? Okay. When it comes to ZetaFS, I haven't looked at it, but have you looked at other transports that you might be able to leverage from Fuse, like S3, like WebDAV, anything like that?
Not in any detail.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mainly because Zeta FTP server is FTP.
Yeah.
It doesn't support any. It doesn't have WebDAV or anything else like that. At least not yet.
Let's check Discord real quick to see if there's any questions. Any questions for Hans on the internet here? Here's YouTube. We have about 25 people on the stream. Amazing. Peter Erickson, he says, thanks for the file FTP sync software presentation. You've been tinkering with AmigaOS. Oh, you've been tinkering with an AmigaOS laptop based on the A1222. How is that project coming along?
Yeah, sadly that one's just permanently on hold for now. I had to shelve it in order to focus on other things.
Okay, so the answer is that one has been shelved, which is actually annoying, but with the other PowerPC laptop happening, you're not our only hope. So
yeah, that's good. I'm glad the other one's happening.
It's moving. I don't know how fast. It might be faster to pour a bottle of molasses out in the winter, but we'll see. Next question from Niels. Will ZetaFS preserve file dates as well?
Oh, I didn't think about it. I think it should. I do want it to work as if it's a network drive.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the Amiga file system at this level, but on Unix you've got ATime, mod. I mean, when you say like the time of the file, you can rabbit hole pretty quickly on what are you talking about. So
at the bare minimum, there's usually a modification time, and some file systems have a creation time as well.
Yeah. So maybe that's going to be a little bit more implementation work to address that. What would you like, Niels, when you say preserve file dates? I'm just curious, what do you think the most best default behavior would? Well, I mean, synchronization, you probably want to preserve mod time as the main time of the source file versus of the local. Otherwise, the time means nothing. But anyway.
Yeah. It gets even more complicated when you start thinking about time zones.
Yeah. But what was that, Hans?
It gets even more complicated when you start thinking about which time zone is the server in versus the other computer.
Yes. Yeah. Time is always fun when you start digging it. Neil says mostly the modification date. So I think we all agree on that is the best primary time. Anyway, we're very much looking forward to this technology as a user. I'm very, very, very excited to see it come out. I'll have to buy more NG Amigas so that I can use this. So Hans, I know you weren't really prepared to talk about this. Oh, wait, we have another. I was going to ask about Nova Bridge here in a second, but let's go back to ZetaFS. Oh boy. So Peter Erickson is asking an interesting question. How do you feel about ZetaFS compared to Envoy? Is it an alternative or a complement?
I'm aiming to, as I say, network drives, similar to Envoy. It's kind of like my equivalent to Envoy. I hope that makes sense. I've never actually seen Envoy in person.
I'm surprised you even know what it is.
It's that kind of idea.
Yeah, we used to run Envoy, what, 24 years ago? We were messing with that stuff? Yeah. Yeah, I would not look at Envoy as any kind of modern thing.
Right.
Richie has another question, but we'll take that offline. It also had memory sharing, as I recall. Message passing. Yeah. Okay, so Hans, while I have you, Matthew yesterday announced Nova Bridge. I understand it's in the Emmy store. I have not purchased it yet. Thank you for Nova Bridge. I'm sure for you that
You're
was
welcome.
a million years ago development-wise. While you're here and you have the floor in the audience, do you want to talk about that at all, or is there anything that you want to promote it, or any stories around it? Like I said, I'm kind of surprising you with this, but I didn't know that Matthew was going to release it tomorrow. So just give you an opportunity to talk about it.
Actually,
if you want.
nor did I. I'm very happy that it's finally released because I talked about it last year.
Yep.
For AmiWest. So if anybody's doesn't fully know what Nova Bridge is, it's a compatibility layer which allows Warp 3D games and the old mini GL games to run over Warp 3D Nova. So I think the biggest thing is, one, you can use your old 3D games and applications, and two, all that confusion that people had about what's the difference, what do I need, with Nova Bridge, that's gone. You don't need to care anymore, at least as a user. So basically, if you've got a Warp 3D Nova capable graphics card and Nova Bridge, then if you've got 3D software, it'll work for you.
Yeah, very powerful. I was showing Wipeout just a few minutes ago and how ridiculously fast it is. Yes, George?
Yeah, with Wipeout, you should put the frame limiting in the little configuration window.
Yeah, we noticed that. Yes, George? So George's question is around compatibility with the large number of available cards that are out there. So I think you need to have Warp Nova, right, Hans, to use Nova Bridge.
Yes.
And in order to get
yes,
Warp
you need
Nova,
Warp 3D Nova and a Warp 3D Nova capable graphics card.
What is the bottom end of that list? Is it an R9 card, or which one is
the Radeon HD 7000 series.
Okay.
Although you got to be careful because the low end of the Radeon HD 7000 series is they're actually evergreen cards, not Southern Island. So best look at the actual compatibility list. But the lower end is the Radeon HD 7000 series, so like the 7750. That'll work.
Are you keeping that list up to date on your website?
On my website, not really. Okay, I haven't had people reporting cards that work in a while. The compatibility list should actually be from memory, it's in the Warp 3D Nova documentation.
Okay.
There's a list of which cards work with it.
Are you going to update, or did you update Graphics Bench with the new SSL? Or does Graphics Bench still
I did do it. I think I had to at one point. I don't think I've updated it to use AmiSSL, but there's definitely been an update so that it's still working.
Okay. So Graphics Bench obviously is your graphics measurer. I haven't looked at who's got high score recently, but
yeah.
Very cool. Well, I honestly want to let you go so you can finish Zeta FTP. Sorry, Zeta FS, so you can finish that for us. Any other questions for Hans? Yes, LD. The question is, do you still have your A22 up and running?
Yes.
Excellent. And how would I use the bug reports?
So LD wants to give you bug reports.
Oh, bug reports for that.
Oh, well, for Nova Bridge on A1.
For Nova Bridge.
Potentially. Maybe Nova Bridge.
Okay, anything Aeon related, use their bug tracker. And make sure that because it doesn't always automatically do it, make sure that you add me if it's a bug that you want me to look at. Assign the bug to me, the bug report to me. Because otherwise I might not see it.
Okay. We got it?
Yeah.
Anything else, anyone? Well, yeah. I know you're working on other stuff, but that's for another day. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Hans. We appreciate it. Yes.
You're welcome.
Okay, well, we'll give you a little bit of time back. Thank you again, and hopefully we'll see you in person next year.
That would be great. So anything else, or shall we just wrap it up?
We're good. Thanks, Hans.
Okay. Enjoy the rest of the show, guys.
Okay. Let's get that off there and go back to the Amiga. Okay. Next up is Doug Compton in about 5-7 minutes. I got to go find him, and we got to get his machine hooked up. Awesome, 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 awesome. Ah! Okay. Awesome salsa.
do we want to, video's fine for my computer, and that was the right audio jack for the computer.
Yeah, so right here it's pot 2,
Mm-hmm.
Vader 2.
Okay.
So if you want to play some sound and we can test it real quick.
Yeah.
You need some Advil. Throw it here as well.
After losing my Amiga, yes.
I'm going to run to the,
You do what you need to do, man.
Great to see you. Yeah. Great. Is this still active? Amiga World, IRC, Other World, where all the cool things are. AmigaWorld.net. If you go to Amiga, you go to IRC, yeah, pound Other World. So Sundown is there, TJ's there. Yeah.
Yeah, fine. Mm-hmm. You want me sitting or standing? Fine, sir. All right. I get a little animated sometimes, so I'll stand. And do some dance moves. I'm sorry I missed it. Everybody come over to watch the Amiga Art Contest information. Or else.
So what I'm going to do, Doug, is I'm going to set you... First, let me fix this. Give me 1 second.
You do what you need to do. From you? Of course.
So this is what we're broadcasting right now.
All right. It's broadcasting now?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Hello, everyone. Yeah, that's fine.
So, go.
Oh, wonderful. Everyone all set? Hi, I'm Doug Compton from 10 Minute Amiga Retrocast. Not Mark, not Art, but Doug. It's wonderful to be here at AmiWest again. I've been coming since 2019, except in the 2020 when we couldn't make it, of course, something called COVID. I really, really enjoy coming here. I love the camaraderie of everybody and just the warm feelings and the getting to know everyone and actually putting a face to a lot of these names that I know on social media, people who follow my channel, which is 10 Minute Amiga Retrocast on YouTube, and I encourage all of you to sign up if you haven't signed up and watch my wonderful videos. But today, I want to talk about the Amiga Art Contest. Now, after I got back into the Amiga community in 2018, I made a decision to not do a channel on video games because that was pretty well saturated with the Amiga community. Lots of people were doing shows on video games. So I wanted to do something a little different. I wanted to concentrate on the productivity and the creativity side of the Amiga, which obviously that's what was so important to so many of us back in the late 80s and early 90s. Only the Amiga made it possible. And what they meant by that was all of the combining of the audio and the video and the graphics and the creative aspect of the Amiga would allow you to do things that you just literally could not do with a normal computer system. So that's the direction I wanted to go with my website, or with my my YouTube channel, and that worked out great. Then about a year later, I started thinking, you know, I want to encourage other people into exploring more of what their Amigas could do. I would literally talk to people online who never loaded Workbench on their Amiga. They just said they never put their Workbench disk in, never needed to. They put in Lemmings, they put in Pac-Man, no, that wasn't really on the Amiga. They'd put in Defender of the Crown, and they'd just play games and just did not really realize just what the Amiga was capable of. So I thought, how am I going to present this to the world to encourage more people to use it as the creative machine it originally was? And I thought, you know, I've got this old Commodore magazine, I think it was from 88 or 89, Commodore branded magazine. And they had an art contest in there, and I was paging through it, and I'm like, people were submitting these beautiful images they made on their Amigas and their Commodore 64s in that magazine, and they submitted them, and they presented them in the magazine, and the Commodore magazine gave out awards for who they thought was best. I thought, what a fantastic idea. Let's do that, but on an international scale, a worldwide scale. And there were a couple places, like there's still places who have demo competitions for the Amiga, and they're absolutely incredible. Demos knock your socks off. And there's a couple places that have like ModFile and music competitions every year. Knock your socks off. I thought, but we need something where people can submit anything creative that they do. Hand-drawn artwork, animations, 3D artwork, that kind of thing. So in 2019, I got together with Pixel Vixen, Vicki Lambert, who's a good friend of mine, and had her come on as a judge and a co-host, and we put the word out there for people to send in their artwork that they've created on the Amiga. Now, honestly, in 2019, I had no idea what kind of response we would get, or if we would even get a response at all. You just don't know. We ended up getting dozens and dozens and dozens of submissions the first year, and the only 3 categories we had was hand-drawn, photo, and 3D, I believe. We had those 3 categories. And we'd get dozens of submissions. We did a live stream with it, and people loved it. They would come to the live stream, and they'd say, wow, I can't believe this was done on an Amiga. I can't believe this artwork was done on an Amiga. So over the next couple of years, we had the contest grow more and more. We added in a mod file category because the Amiga is so incredibly fantastic with creating music with Paula. And then we added an animation category a year ago that's just taken off, absolutely beautiful. And it's just incredible what people can create with the Amiga. So I want to share a little bit today with some of the submissions with the 2022 art contest. Now the art contest is over. The ability to submit went from June of 2022 to October 11th. So now we're going to get together. We're going to judge the photos, the pictures, the animations, and everything, and come up with the winners. And then Kevin Saunders and I, who is my compatriot this year, and co-host and judge, we're going to put on the actual official live stream and presentation probably the 1st or 2nd week of November. We're still trying to narrow down the exact date and determine who this year's winners are. But I want to share a little bit with you guys about what was submitted this year, because we got some absolutely knock your socks off submissions. Now, I have to apologize here. I mean, my background screen is lovely, Commodore 64, still ready, that's perfectly appropriate. But you'll notice it's a Windows machine and a Windows 11 machine instead of an Amiga. And I'm so sorry, and I'm humiliated, and I hang my head in shame that I'm not presenting this on my Amiga. My intention was to do that. So I brought my Amiga 1200 here that I've been presenting on for a few years, and I had my good friend, Chris, Mr. Toast, replace the keyboard connector inside. The keyboard connector was going bad. He did a fantastic job of that. It works perfect. But somehow, when I was taking out my graphics interface, it's an Indivision MK2 that allows me to display my graphics in such beautiful resolutions, I somehow killed it. I somehow destroyed my card, and I went to put it in here about an hour ago and test everything out, and my Amiga 1200's not working now. So I hang my head in shame in presenting this on a meager Windows machine, but you know, we make do in a pinch. So let me talk a little bit about the categories that we have. Generally, the most popular category is the hand-drawn images category. And you know, we've all used Deluxe Paint, we've all used Photon Paint, that kind of thing, in order to create images on our Amigas. And one particular gentleman who goes by the name Jojo076 has always done an absolutely incredible job of creating these beautiful, beautiful hand-drawn images. And let me just enlarge this so we can see what we're looking at here. Come on, you silly thing. 1 second. Oh, there, jeez. Sorry about that. I was doing this with my mouse earlier, and now... Look at that. Look at that. So this is a 16-color image, I believe. What Jose does is he does all of these by hand, all of this artwork by hand, and he has a YouTube channel where he actually will walk you through step by step how he creates it, and he creates it live on YouTube. And just the fact that he can go from, you know, the bare outline of an image, and all of a sudden you've got these reflections on the police officer's glasses, and just these beautiful images and colors, and the whole effect that he gets has just always knocked my socks off. He's submitted for most of the past several years, and he is probably one of the finest artists out there for creating Amiga hand-drawn images. He just does an incredible job. Now, my good friend Kevin Saunders, he's of course the gentleman who's done the graphics for several Amiga games, including Reshoot R, and he's worked with Graham Cowie on a couple of games, handling some of the graphics with Graham's games. And he's my co-host, of course, and he works almost exclusively in Brilliance on the Amiga. This is one of his images. Now, he can't win because he's one of the judges, but he's won several times in the past, and I think you can see why. He drew this by hand in Brilliance, created it by hand in Brilliance, and that's actually him somewhere there in the background in jigsaw puzzle pieces. Just an incredible job that Kevin does. All right. Now, I think maybe a few of us have heard of this gentleman before, Eric Schwartz. Now, Eric has been a pillar of the Amiga community since the late 80s. He did the graphics for Super Frog. I think most of us know who Amy the Squirrel is, which is a comic that he did on the Amiga for years, and he's done some incredible 3D animations. I think was it for Amiga 30? He did a really, really incredible animation of an Amiga singing at a nightclub, just absolutely fantastic. So Eric always submits some incredible stuff. But this year, he was feeling a bit cheeky. If you guys remember the fiasco with, I think, Seth Green, he created this NFT monkey and tried to sell the NFT for a monkey he created, and everybody just kind of laughed at him and said, it's just a monkey. And they came out and they created the same basic monkey, just in the craziest positions. So look it up on Google. It's really amusing. But so Eric came out and he created NFT Amiga monkey, and he told me he's selling it for $10,000 for the NFT of it, but he'd take $5,000 in a pinch if anyone wants to buy it. So beautiful work from our pal Eric Schwartz. This one, Kitty Cooper, you guys don't get to see until the actual live stream of the Amiga Art Contest in a couple of weeks. But that one is incredible. Everybody I've shown it to, it's knocked their socks off. Sorry, I can't show it to you. Let's find our good friend Gordian here. He has done some incredible, incredible work. Again, this is all hand-drawn right on the Amiga. Look at the amount of detail that he puts into his images. It's just fantastic. I can't draw like this. I absolutely cannot draw like that. And I'm just so impressed that people are able to do that. Here's another one from him. Look at that. Look at that, the amount of detail that he puts into his images, and 1 pixel at a time. I think he does this with a mouse. I don't know if he uses a graphics tablet on this one. A lot of my friends do use graphics tablets on there. But absolutely phenomenal. Now we're going to look at one more hand-drawn image here, and we're going to do that from Imre Sovany. This was actually the first contribution to Amiga Art Contest 2022, and this was submitted back in November of last year. I've put together a Facebook page. It's called Amiga Artwork. If anyone out there is on Facebook and they're not a member of my Amiga Artwork Facebook page, just look it up. You can find it on my links on my website. Image, an existing image as a basis for it, and then basically copied that image and added the roses, added the spider. I think he may, yeah, he's even got the original image here. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, boring, you know, boring original image. And then he used his creativity to create that, which is much, much, much more exciting with the way he framed it, with the background images and the roses. Just knocks my socks off. And I do not want to spoil all the hand-drawn stuff, but you can see we got quite a few submissions here in the hand-drawn category. Yes, I do want to spoil it because these are absolutely incredible. Let me just find this one. Give me a second. So last year, a gentleman, he goes by the handle Captain John Archer on Amiga Bill's Twitch stream. So some of you may know him. He has a son named Julian who last year heard about the Amiga Art Contest, and he said, "Hey, Dad, I want to try something." The kid was 12 years old. He says, "I want to try it on the Amiga." So last year, he made a really cool image, and you guys have just got to see the first one so you can see it in context here. So this is his image that he submitted last year, hand-drawn, and then Julian. And that one. Okay, so again, 12 years old, just on a whim, says, "Hey, Dad, I want to enter something into the Amiga Art Contest." So it just tugged on my heartstrings when this young man just, you know, took deluxe paint and took a mouse and created a cool image. But look what's happened in the 1 year since he first submitted that picture, which is really cool for a 12-year-old. Now he's 13, and we're going to go take a look at what he submitted now. Julian. Look how he's progressed now. Just incredible how he's gone from, you know, just basic little fun images to something that's really, really cool that I think a lot of people would have been proud of to be able to create at the age of 13 years old. So my hat's off to Julian. He's just a fantastic young man. Now, another category that's really popular is the 3D category, and we've always got some cool submissions there. Let's see, that was last year's winner. Let's take a look at this one. Here we go. This was done all entirely on an Amiga. I think it's actually pretty clever. It's kind of got the a melty effect, like the name of that artist, who's, oh my goodness, his name is escaping my mind. Yeah, thank you. And more 3D artwork that's rather appropriate. Let me find the right one. Yeah, you guys are getting some sneak peeks at some stuff here that I don't want you to see, but that's okay. There we go. Look at this one. Now, he created this years ago. He created this back in the 90s. Does anyone recognize that spaceship? Does that remind you of any kind of special symbol? I think it's the, what is it? Isn't that the Atari logo? Yeah, I think that's the Atari logo. But see, in the art contest, I don't mind at all if you submit something that you created decades ago. If you find a floppy with some old files that you created years ago, send it in. Absolutely love it. Now let's, we won't spoil any more 3D ones. Let's move on to the next one, which is the animation category, which this gentleman also submitted something in the animation category that he created years ago. Again, this is 20 years ago that he created that in Lightwave, and that is just the coolest thing, isn't it? Whee! Our little Commodore ship. Absolutely wonderful. Now, there's one animation in here that I want to share with everybody. This is just incredible. It's a couple of minutes long, but he created it in Lightwave, but he used a combination of using Lightwave and then using more modern tools to pull everything together and combine it with audio. And that's also okay in the art contest. I don't mind a bit if you combine something you create on your Amiga with something that you put together with your PC or your Mac or whatever. That's perfectly fine as long as its core is the Amiga, at its soul is the Amiga. So he sent me some pictures of how he created this animation on his Amiga 4000, and he went through step by step how he put some stuff together. But I want you guys to see the final product because it is marvelous. Let me get some audio here. Click. Again, done on an Amiga. I can't do this. This is not in my wheelhouse. Look at that. Little Pong action. I don't want to spoil the rest of it. I'm going to stop it right here. And you can watch the rest of that on the actual live stream of the Amiga Art Contest. But I think you'll agree that is pretty darn impressive as an animation. Now, I'm not much of an animator myself. I never have been. But I wanted to give it a shot this year for myself, for the art contest. And again, I can't win. I'm the judge. Now, some of you, most of you probably know about the Trista Bytes show on Twitch. Her name is Bex Trista, and she's a Twitch presenter, and she's a voiceover actor. She did a lot of the voiceover work on the game Iridium that Kevin Saunders was also involved with, and she's just a fantastic young lady. So a couple of months ago on Twitter, she put up this fun picture of herself morphing into Red Fraggle, okay? Because she calls herself a Muppet. That's her joke, is she says she has a Muppet face. I think she's adorable, but she says she has a Muppet face. So I took one look at this image, and I thought, you know, we can do something really cool on that on the Amiga. I can take that and do something 10 times more fun. So I got in touch with her and asked her if I could use these images and create a little something on the Amiga, and she said, sure, Doug. And so I took Morph Plus, which is from the company called Asdig. They made Art Department Professional, and it was one of the first morphing products to morph, you know, this face into that face that was available on any computer platform in the early 90s. And it did an incredible job of morphing things, and it ended up being used in a lot of video productions and movies and things like that. They'd use Morph Plus. Then the company got sold off, and it morphed into a product that's still used today. But I took Morph Plus on the Amiga. This was 100% done on my Amiga 1200. And what I did is I took this first image from, that's of course Bex here, and the last image, Red Fraggle, and created all the morphing to create this little gem right here. Look how, it's almost creepy when her mouth and her teeth start vanishing and turn into Red Fraggle, and her hair turns into Red's bows on the side of her head, and her eyes meld together to become Red's eyes. Too much fun. The entire thing took about 3-4 hours because in Morph Plus you have to, you know, okay, here's Trista's eye, and here's Red's eye, and you have to put little points between them so the program knows what to change into what. That takes a couple of hours. And then it took about 4 or 5 hours to render the final images. And I thought it turned out really fun. So I'm going to do a whole show on Morph Plus and probably on that one. That was an Amiga 1200 with a Blizzard 68040 card and 64 megs of RAM. Yep, so a pretty standard Amiga, but any Amiga can use it. Anything with a couple megs of RAM can handle that just fine. And I think, let me see if I want to tease any more animations here. Oh my goodness, this one's absolutely beautiful. Okay, you guys get to see this one. This animation, done by Adrian Montero, I can't play back on my 6840 Amiga 1200. It's too slow. It's only 2 or 3 frames per second, even on that. And that's okay to use the Amiga to generate the animation and then require something else to play it back, because that's what we did back in the day too. We'd create still frames on the Amiga, and then 1 frame at a time dump those frames to tape and create long animations by dumping them 1 frame at a time to videotape. This is doing the same thing. It's taking an Amiga, creating the animation, but requiring a different tool to play it back that's more optimized to do it. So let's take a look at this. Look what he did there. Look at all the reflections. The Amiga Boing ball. You can actually see it rolling in the background there. We'll run that one more time. This was a Ham 8 animation, and it will play back on my Amiga, but it doesn't play back that fast. So let's go out of here. And I want to save the rest of the animations because there's a couple more of them that are really, really spectacular. We want to save for the show. The photo category is always fun, and that's taking any kind of photograph, anything that you've taken on your camera, anything you've scanned in with DigiView, bringing it into the Amiga, and then doing something with that image. That's actually what I've always done on my Amiga. I'm horrible at drawing things. It's just not in my wheelhouse. but I love taking photographs, and I love editing them and doing fun things with them on the Amiga. So since we're talking about me, I'll just show you one of mine that I've done here. This was actually outside of my house. This is a Ham 6 image, so 4096 color Ham 6 image. And in the original, you could see the house in the background there. If you look in the lower right-hand corner, you can see the outline of a house. But you could see the house. You could see more details on the tree. But I wanted it to give it more of a shadowed silhouette type effect. So I went in, and I in some places, I just bumped up the contrast to bring out more black. In others, I'd actually, go in and paint out parts of the house that I didn't want to see. And then I increased the contrast a little bit on the sunset to really, really, really bring out the oranges in the sunset. And again, for a Ham 6 image that you could display on your Amiga 1000 with 512K of RAM, I think it's pretty darn fun. And for some reason, the Amiga's always done really, really good with bright oranges and sunset type pictures. It just does a fantastic job. And I think we all know who this guy is. Good old Amiga Bill. And I was on his stream a couple of weeks ago, and we were talking about the art contest, and he showed a picture that he took of the New York skyline. And he says, oh my goodness, I've got an idea for the art contest. I got to get to work. So he sent this to me a couple of days ago, and he took his photograph that he took of the New York skyline, and obviously added his own little Amiga and Amiga Bill flair to it. So Bill's a great guy. If you don't watch his Twitch stream, you really need to. And let's see, we've got, oh, this one's crazy. My old pal, Royce Hunt. He sent this to me months ago. And you just glance at it and you think, oh, hey, that's a cool picture of a tree, until you realize that there's zombie flying monkeys in the tree. If you start looking at it, look at the top of the image, you can actually see it says the word zombie flying monkeys. I don't think that was in the original image, nor do I think the zombie flying monkeys were. But this is the kind of thing we're looking for, and this is the kind of thing that's so much fun to do on the Amiga. It doesn't have to be 100% realistic. It just has to be creative and fun. So let's, maybe we'll look at one more. Oh, yes, Jamie Orlando. He's a good pal of mine. And he put on Twitter the other day, he put up an image of the moon that he took. And while he was photographing the moon, a plane flew in front of it. And it was neat, a very realistic picture. And I said, Jamie, you need to do something on your Amiga with that and submit that to the contest. And he says, oh, I'll think about it. And 2 or 3 days later, he sent this in. And this is called Opalescent Moon. And if you can see the moon, it looks like it's almost like a pearl or something. He did the editing to make the moon look completely different. And I just thought that was an absolutely beautiful, beautiful picture. And I really appreciate him submitting that to the contest. Now, how do we want to spoil any more? Oh, yes, Anthony Jarvis. If you guys don't know Anthony Jarvis, you need to get to know Anthony Jarvis. He does the Amiga Show on YouTube, and it's just the Amiga Show. Just look that up. But he does the entire show on the video toaster, start to finish. It's a toaster production, so it's in SD resolutions. But he presents it almost like it's a episode of the Computer Chronicles or something, where he's got a script. He's like, okay, we're going to review this piece of hardware. We're going to talk about this magazine from this date and time. We're going to look at this piece of software. We're going to look at some images. We're going to review a game. And he has this 25-minute show where he does all this stuff. He'll go through the pages of the magazine, show cool things. He'll review a game. All done on the toaster, all presented on the toaster. And last month, on episode 8, he did a review of the DigiView. And I love my DigiView. And this is timely because Tim was just here. But with my DigiView, I've always used it in the traditional way. Still image, move the little color wheel, capture the images, get a near photographic quality image. what Anthony did is he went to the park and he has a black and white camera, a digital camera that has a black and white mode, and he put it on a tripod and he put the color wheel on there, and people were just walking around the park minding their own business, and you'd turn it to red on the color wheel, takes 30 seconds to digitize, turn it to green, 30 seconds to digitize. In the meantime, people were just going back and forth doing their normal business. So what it did, as you can see on the image, it captured these absolutely ghostly images of people who are walking past and maybe stop for just a few seconds, like there's a dog there, they probably stop for about 10 seconds, and it captures just part of the color of those people before they move on. And yet the tree obviously isn't moving, it captures the whole thing. And these absolutely impressed the daylights out of me, and it gave me so many ideas on things that I now want to do with my DigiView, which is kind of the point. I want to motivate people to use their Amigas for something besides video games and really have fun and take advantage of the creative software that's still available today. So, yay to him. Now, a relatively new category is the music category. And these absolutely knock my socks off. Some of these, the music that's been submitted over the years is just so unbelievably impressive. I mean, the Paula chip is fantastic. 4-channel stereo sound from a 1985 machine. But George Albright here had a different idea. He created this it's a music file called Tri-Paula, T-R-I Paula. What he did, he took 3 different Amigas. I think it was an Amiga 500, a 1000, and a 2000. Each of them, he created a 4-channel music file with, a mod file. Then he combined them all together with a third-party program in Windows and made a 12-channel mod file by using 3 different Amigas playing 3 different parts. So I'm just going to let you listen to a little bit of it. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but we're going to go into a little bit of it here. 100% Amiga. Again, I don't want to spoil the entire song. It's like a 6-minute long song, but he did such an incredible job of making a 12-channel arrangement by letting these 3 Amigas do their own thing and then combining it together. It just knocks my socks off. Now, this is a good friend of ours. This is Paulie Alex Bow, and she is in the United Kingdom, and I want to see if this is the right file here. This is music that she created mostly on the Amiga, a lot of it on the Amiga, but she also does a lot with MIDI work connected to the Amiga, and then she creates videos that implement captures of how she created it on the Amiga. Let's see if this is the right one.
The sunshine fills my hair, and dreams hang in the air. Gulls in the sky, and in my gray eye, you know it feels unfair. There's magic everywhere.
Again, don't want to spoil it all before the show, but I just wanted to make the point that she's using the Amigas to create a lot of the background music in there. She's using the Amigas to control MIDI on some of her synthesizers, and yet she's using other tools to create the video and combine everything together, and that is perfectly fine for the contest. I'm overjoyed if you just want to use the Amiga for part of your artistic contribution and other tools to bring it all together. It just makes for really, really, really exciting artwork that the Amiga is still part of. So that's just a little taste of 2022 Art Contest. The actual live stream, usually like 2.5 hours long, because we go through and we listen to the music, we watch the animations, we laugh, we talk about the artists and what they've done and how they've created it, and we just have the greatest time bringing people together around the creative aspects of the Amiga. So I'm not sure if there's any questions either from the live audience or online, but I'd be happy to answer any if anyone has any questions. Nope, I don't see any here. Nothing online? That's okay. All right. Well, again, thank you, everybody. Next year, 2023 Amiga Art Contest. I'd love it if more people contributed. If you don't feel you're particularly good at creating artwork, that's okay. It's just fun to submit things. It's fun to get yourself out there and show things off. And we don't judge. Okay, yeah, okay, we do judge because that's what we do. But we don't judge based on the actual quality of the image and the stunningness, the amount of colors. A lot of times it's also based on the story behind the art that's created. Some people send me 2 pages worth of information about what they were feeling when they created it, how they did it, the tools they used, the emotions they felt, and that is as much a part of how we judge these things as just how pretty the image is. So I encourage you to submit to the art contest next year. Keep an eye on my website, AmigaArtwork.com and tenmark.com for the release date of the live stream. But again, thank you all very much, and enjoy the rest of your time here at AmiWest. Thanks.
list left over from my Amiga 30th?
Because there's pictures of it working.
Yeah. Well, I have seen, you can see he's currently in Sweden with Chucky Gang. That he may print someday. And I'm desperate to get one back. Let me give you my email.
Sure, hold on.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do a closing arguments for the stream, and then when we do the show shutdown, maybe just do a handheld shot.
Because
Yeah,
there would be several people hovering on it that have suddenly come out of the woodwork and been like, "Hey, nice 4,000." Well, as soon as like
Chris starts to back up and you're able without an environment, it says that you might get backed up with its stuff.
All right, what's your email?
Bill, B-I-L-L, dot Borsari, B-O-R-S-A-R-I, at gmail.com.
Oh. I'm Zachary.hardesty@gmail.com because I got it when it was still in beta.
Yeah. Well, we know. Yeah.
Yeah.
We got the dot. You immediately know your fellow daughters.
Right.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
Toss an email on that. In all seriously, it depends. Okay, everyone, we had fantastic internet, but unfortunately somebody tugged the cable and it popped out of the switch because when we were dicking around with everything, we broke off the tab. So that's why the stream died. There's 10 people watching. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. I was gone and away playing the games competition. I had 97,000. The next person was 73. They sat down right after I did, so fingers crossed that I have the magic and I can get that trophy because I really want the trophy. It's so cool. Anyway, AmiWest 2022 is a wrap. For some reason, the hotel network was absolutely flawless today. It did everything we wanted. On Friday and Saturday, it was a complete, utter nightmare and disaster in every vector. I'm going to spend the next couple hours breaking all this down. We're going to pack up the show. We had a fantastic time. Tim Jennison as our speaker was amazing. The banquet was amazing. The show floor looked fantastic. Shout out to Brian Deneen, who wished he could be here. He's not. He did send us a text message this morning. He's feeling better, but he still not really has the energy level to get out. We gave him the watch this morning, and he was absolutely flabbergasted. He loves it. So yeah, that's AmiWest 2022. I know we have 13 people watching now, so thank you. I'm going to try to get some time and edit these videos so that the dead time is kind of clipped out. I don't know how successful I'll be, but I'll try it. I don't even know how to recap this. We'll have to think about it, maybe do some news. From a software perspective, the biggest news from the show is Nova Bridge. So if you're an OS 4 user, you can go download Nova Bridge. Highly recommend it. It just makes the gaming experience so much better for people that have Nova Warp installed. So yeah, AmiWest 2022. Next year, we'll make it bigger and better. We'll just keep going on this trend. I know everyone here had a fantastic time. Most people have finally woken up. We've had some food through donations. We had pizza yesterday thanks to Aeon. We had sandwiches today on the table. People are getting donations. One last shout out to our sponsors. Buy their products. Buy the same product from all of them, just to have multiples, because hey, it's Amiga stuff. You probably have more than one machine as it is. And with that, that's a wrap. See ya. Okay, I said I'm stop, but I'm turning back on. Yeah. Wait. Let's see if it comes back. Oh, we're here. We're back. Okay, sorry. I did not expect this for a few more minutes, but Jerry decided to bring it over. I guess he gave up. What time did it end? Sweet. But he would take a while to beat that shit. I did good. Was he? On his last run? What was it? He got back up to the 70,000. That's pretty good. So if he had some time, we'd be neck and neck. Okay, anywho. So there's the camera. I'm super excited to be receiving this.
Yes, for 97,000 points and the Bean versus the Animator trophy using the Sega Light Phaser on a real Amiga 500. Bill Vasari, champion. Here's your trophy.
OMG. This is so mine. Dude, this is awesome.
Custom graded, only
wow.
at AmiWest.
Only
one in the world.
The first one you did was the rocket.
So we did the first year we did 3. We did the Mod Surfer, River Raid, and the Trap Runner.
Yeah. And then it was the
Galaga?
Yes, that was 2020 when we were all away.
Yeah. The
Pinball Shark Ball, the articulated pinball.
Yes.
And now this guy. And you really painted, I mean, wow, you painted this thing good. I'm going to take it up to the camera for a close-up here in a second. Okay, here, I'm gonna put the mic down and I'm gonna do a close-up at the camera so you guys can see this. Okay, so that's it. Oh, it's over here now. Now I'm gonna sign off. Oh. Yes, buy a Zulu Scuzzy, Alex says. Okay, goodbye for real now. Goodbye.